creating of travel expense. So travel expense report is something different from a normal expense report. The travel expense report is something like when you go for a travel, so it can be, for example, it can be a flight or it can be a hotel. So those kind of expense. So how that can be, that has to be created in Workday Financials. So that is what we are going to see, and how it is going to be different from normally creating expenses. Normal expenses can be like when you go for a dinner or host a meeting with your client or teammates, or like that is something, a different kind of expense. So that is what we are going to see today. So how many of you have created expenses before in your experience of your working? So everyone should have created at least once in a while, or I don't know, like how often you have created expenses. Just want to understand your knowledge about creating an expense report from your side, and how you climbed, and what kind of experience and knowledge you have in that. Whenever you go for travel, so certain application, whatever you're using, you have an integration with a third party system where they will be allowing you to book the tickets and whatever hotels. So that's something we'll cover as well in the later stage. So that is something Workday, how Workday integrates with the third party system, and that is something as a last topic we will see when we go out of, complete the expense reports. That's nice to know. What we are going to cover today from a travel expense. So travel expense in Workday. So before creating any travel expense, or you're going to claim for any travel expense, or even before you're going to travel, so you need to create a specific item, and object in Workday. So Workday Financials, let me just move into that. So that is what called spend authorization. So spend authorization is, so for example, so you have a budget of, okay, $2,000. That is your budget for your flight, for you to travel for that specific trip, and you are going to go beyond the budget due to the reason of like the flight fares are like high, and you're going to have an fare of like 2,100, or maybe the fare is less than 2,000 as well, whatever the price. So based on that, before you're going to do the travel, you need to create a spend authorization and have an approval from your manager and certain authorities. So based on that specific, whatever, you're going to look at the price and you're going to submit the spend authorization before you're going to travel. So with this spend authorization, once it has been approved, with that approval, you're going to travel, and then you're going to make the claim with the receipts. And that is what the final step, you're going to create the travel expense report using this spend authorization. So let's get into the system. So I want to more show into the system and for you to understand better. Okay, so everyone here have been already browsed into Workday, and all the screens you are aware, like we have played across the screens, right? The basic navigation, and you should have done some other transactions and other business process in Workday. So anyone is like very new to it, or everyone are aware like how to search a specific task and you can perform, everything is fine, right? So I don't want to go into the basic things of navigation and creating any specific task, right? So let's start from here. So first we are going to create a spend authorization. Before creating that, so I just wanted to show you something as well. So as an employee, so everyone will have this access to create a spend authorization. It is not restricted based on a position or any specific thing. So every employee can create their own expense report, and they can create their own spend authorization. And also you can view and see what are the spend authorization, whichever you have been already created. So that is something, my spend authorization. So where you can see what are the existing spend authorization already been created. So you can see like 2 spend authorization already been created for this employee. One has been already approved and it has been claimed, and one is still in progress. So this is something like you can see under each and every employee can see what are their spend authorization which is already in progress, or which has been already approved, or it has been already declined by the manager based on the amount which you're going to push over there, and based on the budget, and also based on the kind of travel, I mean expense item which you're going to put there. Okay, let's move in. So now I'm going to create a new spend authorization. So you can see here, so you can provide a description. So you can provide like business travel, and you can provide a reason as well, purpose as well. So it can be, okay, corporate visit, and you can give an amount of $1,000, and justification can be again business travel. So these are all the basic steps for you to create the spend authorization. So you're going to, the company will be automatically popped up. So that is something you don't need to change. So that is something like based on the employee, which company he is sitting. So based on the organization, it comes up. And then the start date and end date, you can modify still, and the description, and you just need to choose the business purpose and then provide the total amount. And also you can see here, so there are some line items. So this is something, an additional option. So when you already have decided like what kind of expense you are going to have the spend authorization, for example, so you have a budget for the specific business travel. So $1,000 is the overall budget. So you can split that expense item. It can be for a taxi and a flight, or maybe including a hotel. So in that case, you don't know like overall how much it's going to be spended. So it can be within $1,000, or it can be more than $1,000. And there may be other cases where you already checked, okay, this is the specific expense item which I'm going to claim. And in that case, you can add the spend authorization lines, which means like, for example, so you already know the flight, okay, airfare. So you already know, okay, this is the expense item I'm going to use against this specific spend authorization. Then you can put, okay, this specific airfare is going to be 800, but this is not recommended. It can be recommended when you're going to absolutely use get the approval and we are going to book the tickets today, because the airfare will be changing every day. So you cannot like just be assured like, okay, today's the ticket is $800, and maybe the approval can be 2 days later or 3 days later, the fare will be changing. So normally we don't recommend to go for this line items as long as you have everything has been absolutely filled in. I mean, absolutely confirmed. In that case, if not, it's not required for you to add this line items. You can just first create the spend authorization and then just go with the next steps for the approval and then proceed with that. Okay, you guys have already used navigating all this Workday, and you use a lot of stuff across like different business process, and you create a lot of other tasks. So can anyone tell me like what is the meaning of save later and cancel? So submit is something which you're going to submit and it's going to go for the next step. So save for later. So have you guys tried like what is save for later or cancel? So let's go and submit this. Okay, so as you mentioned, so it's waiting for approval. So it's going to be going for approval by manager. So this is called the delegation of approval. So this is what I wanted to mention. So you would have seen the topic like TOA. So that is something like really depends on how the business process has been designed. So it will be different from each company and each organization. It completely differs based on their policy. So their policy will be written like, okay, for $1,000, it has to go to the approval by only the manager. If the budget is going to be like 10,000 or 20,000, the approval process will be very different. Or if it's going to be like 50,000 or 100K. So every approval process is designed in the business process. When you're going to get the requirement from the business, I'm talking about the real case, how the real business process is being designed. So normally it will go for a minimum amount, it goes only to the manager. So, and you can see the business process over here. So when you go here, so this is a detail. You can see the status is in progress, and you have all the details over here, whatever you have submitted, and this is the process. So process is going to tell for this specific limited amount. So there is only one more step, so which is approval by the manager. So that is the only remaining process. So only two items we have here. And if it's going to be the amount is going to be very high level, it will go for a different approval, and you will have additional people to approve the specific spend authorization. It's all depending on the how the business process has been written, and depending on the amount, how much amount you're going to add in as a spend authorization. So just wanted to make sure. So start proxy is something only we have this access in this specific environment for us to move around and play around as we are still in the training process. But in a real time, the actual process, the approval needs to go to the actual manager, and he has to have his own access, and it goes to his inbox and he has to approve from that. So there won't be any start proxy or stop proxy in the real time. I mean, the system which has been already gone live as a business as usual process. So day process. So that is something everyone are aware, right? No. So Workday will not allow that. So in real time after go live, you as an employee, you just consider you as an end user, like you are an employee of an organization where the Workday Financials is implemented. You can just create your spend authorization, and you cannot log in as your manager or anyone else. So you will have a single sign-on login where you cannot even type your user ID or password. So it always gets automatically login, and the approver manager, he has to log in from his uh, from his ID, and then he needs to go into his inbox, and from there only he can approve. So these are all like from a testing environment or a training environment, you can do this, but not in a real time, like in a business as usual environment, you cannot do it. Okay, you got it in a different way. That production is something that the live system. So we call it as a gold tenant. So in Workday, it's called like gold tenant. So gold tenant is a tenant which is being live to the end users, the business users. So yeah, so in Workday, so each and every tenant has a specific name. So we have it like prototype 1, prototype 2, silver, gold. So gold is the final tenant, which is being called as production. You can call it as production is something. Normally we call it in other systems or other ERPs. For example, in SAP we call it as production. So in Workday terminology we call it as gold. So gold tenant is the live tenant, which will be live to the end users, the business users. So I can share you all the real-time experience. So which have, because like I've been into like 6 implementations already. So all these kind of terminologies, how data migration works, testing works, how a cutover works, how a normal workshop works from a requirement gathering perspective, and how a support model works after post go live, and how will be there in a shared service after the hypercare is done. So all this kind of topics I'm just waiting to get all done. So once it's been confirmed, we'll have a different sessions on it, because it's all like very different. It goes on a lengthy way. So you guys need to understand more from a business perspective. It's not about navigating Workday or into business process. It's completely a different kind of methodology and terminologies. So that's something I'm willing to share with you all, and get
We want
into
to
the
know the number.
trained up. Sure. So you can put that into the discussion blog as well. So you're willing to learn all those terminologies and methodology of the whole of an implementation from a day one till the hypercar, and then also after hypercar you need to go into the shared service. How the support will be there after once you're done with the go live and the hypercar is done. So a lot of things are there. So you can put into the discussion blog, and then we can have a different sessions, because those sessions will go it takes a lot of things for you to understand, and I need to walk through you like very hand holdingly, not this kind of like technical stuff. It's all more about people management, and you need to understand each and every tenant strategy and terminologies of Workday. Absolutely. In SAP, we just call it as just a testing environment, UAT environment, and then production. So here it's quite completely the terminologies are different. I'm willing to share all my knowledge and experience. So you can post that and then we can take it from there, how to schedule those sessions. So how it works in a real time is, so not everyone will have this proxy access. So as I mentioned in the beginning, so since we are doing training here and we are doing all the testing process, we have this proxy access. In a
Yes.
real time scenario, please understand, only the implementation partner will have this access, not even the person from an business perspective. Okay, two things are there. I'll explain you very clearly. For example, Deloitte is an implementation partner. And for example, the company who is going to get implemented with Workday is Amazon, for example. So Amazon, there will be a lot of people who will be involved in the part of implementation. So implementation partners will only have this specific access, start proxy or a lot of accesses, only those people will have. And certain people from Amazon who's getting involved in the initial stage of the designing the process or configuring the process, not everyone. There will be a limited team of people who will be the supporting people after go live, like maybe 3 or 4 people. Only those people have this access. So it is not something everyone from the business will know that. No one will be knowing that even this kind of an option is available in Workday. So everyone will be get trained as an end user, like a manager or an HR or a finance officer or an employee. Each of them will be getting trained based on their roles and responsibility. Each and every role has a specific security profile. Based on that only they'll get trained. They'll have just only access to that specific reports or a business process or a task. So coming back to your question, so only the specific team who is going to the implementation will have these kind of access, and only till a limited period. In case during the support after go live, they need to have this access, they'll be having, but not to everyone. The limited people based on the security, how they are designing their model. So each and every company, they have a different security model. So it all depends on the governance, what you're going to do, the real governance agreed with the business. So that is what will happen. So every company has a different policy as well. Okay. Now we are logged in as the manager, and then I'm going to go into his inbox, and you can see the spend authorization has been already came in for his employee who has submitted. So now you have different options. So I want you all to try these options. So if you are not aware of any of these 4 options, approve is normal approval. So send back is sending back to the employee, asking for some correction. So once you send back, you can just send back writing your comments. Okay, this is the reason I'm sending back. So deny is something completely you're just declining this request and you're denying it. And cancel is something similar to that as well. So anyone, I'm sure you would have tried all these options previously for your task, whichever you've done for the other modules you've done in financials. Anyone has any questions around this? If you have any questions or you want me to try it, then I can go, apart from the approval, I can do other steps as well. Okay, cool, thank you. So I'll move with approval. So I'm just going to approve. So normally just the approval just go. Okay, so now the process is successfully completed. So once you see this specific symbol over here with a green tick, it means like there is no any further steps to be approved or any no more further steps to be done, which means the business process is already completed. So that is a symbol, you can see that. So you can see, so there is no any other approvals required. And can anyone answer this? Why you can see like even though the approval step is completed here, and why you need to see this all these 4 other different people and with the status of not required? So can anyone explain me? Even though the business process is completed here, but still you can see like 4 different steps, but with the status not required. What is the reason behind that, and why this specific whole of a business process has been designed in this way? That is something called delegation. So delegation is something different. So this is a standard business process. So delegation is something you can add an additional approver, or maybe like as you told, in the absence of someone, this specific person, you can delegate to this manager can delegate that process to who is equal to his level. So
Okay.
that is something a different process, but I appreciate that your idea as well. So Venkat, you can go ahead with your question. So you're right. So everything is depending on the cost center, depending on the organization, depending on the conditions set for each of the, maybe it can differ from country to country as well. And also the limit of how much is the spend out rate. For example, if we would have submitted as an employee, maybe 15,000 or 20,000, there would have been steps. I'm sure like the approval should be going to the controller as a third step. So that is all like depending on the amount and also the organization where the employee is sitting. So that is all we need to look into it. And it is all completely decided by the business. Nothing is standardized by Workday. So Workday delivers only the standard business process. Okay, this is the process, but whatever the business process has been modified, it is all absolutely by the business and how they are going to really design it, and it differs from each and every organization. Also, it differs from the country to country, also the currencies. Okay, so now we have approved this spend authorization. So now we are going to stop the proxy and quit back into the employee. As a next step, we are going to create the expense report. So now the spend authorization is already approved by the manager. And now we are going to, already you should consider like the expense is already done. And now we are going to submit the expense report. And there we are going to again see and how the approval process goes. So I'm going to stop proxy and get back again into the employees login. Okay, so guys, you can see here, so what we have submitted and that specific spend authorization is already here with the approval status for this specific employee. And when you click on this, you can see the details of it. So everything is listed, it's been approved. So again, so just wanted to mention here, you can still edit this specific spend authorization and again you can send it for approval. So those are all the possible options available. So when you go here, so you can just play around and see like, so you can just change here. So I'll just show how to do that, but we are not going to change. So we'll jump into the expense report. So still you have an option for changing the amount, or you can change the description or business purpose or anything. And you can change, again, you can submit. So it's going to be the same process. Whatever we are seeing now, it will go for the approval to the manager. And depending on the amount, again, if you're going to put on like higher amount, it again go for a next level of approval as well. So at this point of time, we are not going to do that. So we'll just move on to creating the expense report. So considering we have already done the travel and then we have utilized the spend authorization. Okay, so for creating an expense report is very simple. Just create expense report. So that is what you're just going to do it. Okay, so here we go. So here you can see like a lot of options are there. So creation options. So create a new expense report. So that is something without an spend authorization. So you might not have an spend authorization required for that specific expense report, as I mentioned. So it can be a normal a team meeting or team gathering or team whatever, the dinner, which doesn't even spend authorization. So we are just going on a meeting and then climbing for that. So that is a normal expense report. And copy from previous is like you already have an expense report which is recurring. So recurring in the sense like last week you booked an meeting room in a specific hotel or a specific place, and which you should have charged for 2 days like $1,000. So same thing you are going to recurring like this week as well, like 2 days of similar kind of meetings booked in a place, and you're going to just charge that. You can just copy that specific expense report and then change the attachment as well. Just do the attachment as a different new attachment, and then you can change the date, and then it's nothing to do because like everything is going to remain the same. The amount, expense type or expense item is going to be same. Here comes the third one, so which is our spend authorization. So now we are going to check what are the spend authorization available for this employee. We are going to pick it out. So this is the one which we created today. So that's a business travel with $1,000. So that is the one we are going to use it. So memo is something like just to, when you create an expense report, it's more of a description and you're just providing some more information about what is all about this expense report for. So it is automatically pulled up from the spend authorization as business travel. So no need to do anything. And you can see everything has been pulled from the spend authorization because like we already given all the details in spend authorization. You can see the business purpose and also the cost center has been pulled up. So work track is something. So I can tell you this. So work track is something. It has all the details like what are based on the employees located, employees cost center, and also the region. So that is how you can see. So based on his organization and the cost center details, it has pulled up automatically. So nothing to modify on this, as long as you are going to modify in a different case. For example, like you work in an HR department, but you need to charge it to finance department. So because like you went on a trip or went on a specific event for finance department, so in that case, you can go and change the cost center and department apart from what you have been working. You will be working in HR department and you're going to charge it against finance department. So in that case, you can go and change all these details. So during the spend authorization creation itself, you can change the cost center and everything. So automatically those details will be pulled up. So we have selected the spend authorization and automatically all the details has been pulled up. So now we are going to go just submit it as okay. Okay, here comes the main part of an expense report. So now we have the first screen says like whether you're going to create a new expense report or copy expense report from existing one, or you're going to create an expense report from spend authorization. So we are done from spend authorization, and now we are going to add an expense lines. So I'll explain each and every tab over here. So once we add the expense lines, I'll tell you the tabs over there, attachments and header. So attachment is something attaching the receipt. So header is something giving more details about the expense report. I'll go into that once we have completed this. Okay, so we are going to get an expense item as alpha. So you can choose the AFAR or international AFAR, whatever. And we are going to give the same amount as what we have mentioned in the spend authorization. So did you guys notice like how the difference once you choose the expense item as AFAR? Did anyone notice the difference? Sorry, type the quantity, the price. So normally you should type over here. So depending on the quantity, so quantity is like one ticket. I just mentioning 1,000. So the total amount should be again $1,000. So memo you can still mention as business travel. So this is a difference which I wanted to mention you here. So once you choose the expense item as airfare, you can see the details, item details needs to be filled in. So this is how the each and every expense item has a different thing. For example, so I mentioned, I think Lakshmi or Shruti mentioned, so when you people go for a dinner with a team, you need to mention like how many people, either a guest or how many people from your team has been. So that is something you will be seeing in the later stage. So that's again the different item details needs to be filled in depending on the expense item. So if the expense item is like meals or dinner, so you need to fill in the team member's name, or if it's going to be guest, you need to mention that. We can see that in the tomorrow sessions or day after tomorrow. So here, since we have chosen a AFA, so just we need to select the airline. So whatever available from the list. So you can see all the list of airlines. Okay, it takes a while. We can search for any airlines. Okay. We are just choosing British Airways. So this will have a complete list of airways which has been configured for this specific organization, whatever that they have tied up for whatever. So it depends. It doesn't need to be like, okay, this is a specific align needs to be. So it all depends on what are the align they want to list it down. So origination, like convention, I'm just mentioning New York. So destination, you can mention any country. That is something comes under the configuration. So that's something we'll not have access. So, but still we can create it. So that's something a different part. So we can try that creating as well. So I would not recommend to this stuff like whatever has been already listed here. So because like the standard listing is already done. Yeah. So that is something a different process. I'll get into that more in details. Like once we have all the, I mean, you're going into the next sessions, I can just explain you more, like how to create an expense item or expense type. So it's all like depending on requirements from the business. Okay, so you filled in all the details and then going to the ticket number. So you can just give a dummy number if you don't have the actual number. And here you can see, so this is a tally between the spend authorization and how much we are claiming in the expense report. So both are tallied. So there is no any remaining amount to be used for this specific spend authorization. Okay, so as I mentioned, I'll just go into the header. So here you will see all the details. So whatever we have submitted based on the spend authorization, all the details has been filled. So if you want, you can add some comment over here as well. Again, this attachment is similar to what you are seeing in the same page, I mean, in the expense lines as well. So here, if you want, you can attach something. So as an receipt or any supporting document. So if you don't have really a receipt with us or any supporting document is not required, so you can just leave it blank. If in case if you need, you can just go and select what are the supporting documents from here and you can just drop it or select from here. So now we have filled in all the details. So any questions from anyone? If not, I'll move for the submitting process. You see suddenly something has popped up as alert and you can see like two alerts has came with two different messages. Can you anyone tell me what is all about this? That is something if the message is error, so then only we can not proceed to submit it. So this is just an alert. Alert is something just an alert message. So when you see error message in a red color, so then it is just an amber color. So which doesn't mean to you need to change anything. So this is just an alert. Okay, coming back to all your ideas. So this is called custom validation. So this is something very important thing in Workday Financials. Each and every task, each and every business process has a custom validation. So depending on the amount, as I mentioned you guys, depending on the amount and depending on the task or a process, this custom validation has been designed in Workday Financials and it can be error or it can be a warning message, depending on how you are doing this custom validation. So that is something a different part of, so even what this alerters came, this is also on custom validation, what has been configured inside Workday Financials. So for this specific organization, for this specific department, and for this specific expense item. So this is completely a different concept of Workday Financials. Like custom validation will be done across every modules. I mean, all the sub modules of Workday Financials, and especially for travel and expense, it is a huge. It is very important for each and every expense item. It has a different customer relation. I'll go into deeply into that in a different session, and you can easily understand like what it's all about, like, and how it really differs from each expense item, and what are the possible things, like it all depends on the requirements as well. Okay, great. So now we'll go for submit. So here also you have an option of save for later and close. So now we'll go for submit to see what is the next process for the approval. So again, the approval goes to the manager, but let's see detail in process. What are the overall process? Okay, so for this specific expense item and the amount, so only one approval is needed from the manager. So there is no any remaining process. So you can see here, so only one approval is needed. So we are just going for that specific approval. So you are going to log in as the manager. So here you can see the expense report has been submitted by the employer already came into the manager's inbox, and it's just waiting for approval. So here you'll have the complete details of the expense report, what is the purpose and everything, and how it has been originated. Whole of the history will be there. So there was a question raised, I mean, discussion raised by initially from Lakshmi, asking about delegation. So here there is an option. It is not about more of a delegation. So it is adding of additional approvers. So even though the business process doesn't have an additional approval needed, so it is just a final approval by this manager. So in case if you need to add additional approval, so you can just click this option, and you can just add another person, so whom you can make it as an additional approval. So you can search from here any person from the organization who is eligible to do the approval. It can be a finance controller. So most in the case that will be the person who will be an additional approval, because apart from the manager, it can be manager's manager, or it can be a financial controller. So these are two possible options. So either a higher hierarchy person or a financial control from the finance team for approving this expense report. So I don't want to go into that. So let's just see how it works after approval. So we're clicking on approve. That's it. So the event is approved and it's been completed successfully. So there is no any further steps required. So you can see that as well in the detailed process. So as I mentioned, so similar thing for like spend authorization, you can also see a lot of other possible approvers depending on the expense item, expense type, and also the amount. So all these are not required at this point of time for this specific expense item. So that's the reason there is no requirement of any workflow trigger to these people for the approval. And finally, just I want to show you for today, like again, I'm just logging in as the employee so that you can see his expense report as well listed down after the approval. So for spend authorizations, so we were searching like under my spend authorization, then it will be listing down whatever the spend authorization, whichever you have been created, you can list down and you can see from there. So similarly for expense report, under my expense report, if you just type that task name, so you can find that from that specific task, you can find what are the expense report which you have created and what is the status of that, and still you can edit that, or you can whatever you can play around as well. So like similar to what we are seeing for spend authorization. So under this task and reports, you can just find it. So you can either give the status over there. So either approved or in progress, or simply you can just click on OK. It will just list on what are from this 2 months of period of range. It will list on all the expense report whichever is you have been submitted. So this is the one which we did, and you can see here with the approved status. Again, you can change this expense report as well in case if you need to change. If not, you can just go in here and then you can view the complete details of how the expense report has been created and the details of that, and along with the status. Okay, this is what I wanted to cover today. So spend authorization and DOA of spend authorization and also the travel expense. So specifically, more focusing on the travel expense as well today. Yeah, I would recommend you guys to practice this as well. So which will make you to more understand and you'll have more questions. Once you do this on your own, you can understand more. So I would appreciate that if you can do that when you find the time. So not to dump everything together and do it. So then you'll be losing where the speed, I mean, the continuity will be lost. Okay. So as I mentioned, so everyone guys, like if you want to understand the real time of how it works, so how the tenant strategy, testing, data migration, cutover, requirement, change and communication, and the support model, all these are different part and phases of Workday implementation from an end-to-end perspective. It goes like, depending on the duration, like it maybe go for 18 months or 2 years. So I'm telling you like different phases in a project. So if you're willing to learn all this real-time stuff, you can just post it as well in the blog as an request. So I already proposed this to the people over there. So then we can work on it and we can have those classes as well. Okay, creating an expense, normal expense item, you just need to go to create expense item. So then you can find there an option to create your own expense item, and then you can just give you a lot of options over there. So that actually it will not be more visible when you're not seeing in the screen. And that is one something different. And also like I wanted to show you how the business process works. So Deepak, are you aware of business process, like how a business process will be designed? That's absolutely right. So basically in Workday, you can just copy and you can just edit your business process. So that's something correct. Deepak, your answer is also correct. Like we can create our own business process, but still we need to adopt to Workday's whatever the given standard business process, and we can copy that and we can edit that. So basically, like I'll tell you a scenario how it works in APAC region. APAC region is like the region I'm working. So I work for 20 countries across. So different countries will have different business process. For example, I'll tell you a very simple example. So Singapore will have a different business process in order to have an expense report created and to be approved. So they'll have an approval level of okay. When an expense report is created, it goes to manager for approval. The next level is if you have a condition over there, the limit is more than okay $5,000. The expense report needs to go to the approval of an um, whatever the finance controller or whatever that kind of control levels should be maintained in Singapore. For if you go to other country, for example, like Korea, so Korea needs to have like two level of approvals first of all, then only it goes to finance controller, like it goes to manager one and manager two. So those kind of things will be modified in the business process. So overall the process will be the same. When an expense report business process will be the same, the only the steps will be changed based on the countries. So you can modify based on the countries. These all the steps will be covered in the requirement gathering session. So requirement gathering is something when you start a project. So these all will be captured in the those kind of workshops when you start a project. I'll tell you an example. So SAP, how it works is, so SAP is configured based on country wise. So they are configured everything and their system is made of country wise configured. But Workday is something, it's been configured globally. So Workday doesn't have a country wise configuration at all. So everything has to be either followed globally or you can go for localization based on each of the countries. So that is how Workday is preferred by most of the companies. So reason is, so Workday HCM. Let me take an example of Workday HCM instead of Workday Financials. So Workday HCM is why it's so famous and why it's getting most of the companies, the global companies are going. The reason is, so every company wants to globalize their process. So not scattered there and here. Like when you go for SAP or PeopleSoft or any other ERP, so every country will have a different software, different kind of whatever uh, softwares to enter their attendance or expenses or anything. So related to employees, whatever I'm talking from a HR perspective. So anything they are just using different system, also maybe finance and everything. But Workday came into a concept. So first of all, they want to globalize every process into a single system, and every company needs to have global process. So that is how Workday works. So in Workday, when you go for an implementation, you will have global process, and then you will go for localization. So localization is something country specific requirements. So when you go for country specific requirements, you'll go and edit something. So you can go and edit certain fields. You can edit some business process. You can edit the fields. You can edit the rules and everything. So that is how it works in Workday. So Workdays, that is what very uniquely. That is why they are very top in this market. So everything is globalized. So all those global companies like who have 92 countries or 100 countries of branches, for example, Pfizer or Glasgow or Sanofi, or you can take any other Johnson and Johnson. Everyone has went for Workday. The reason is that is the reason. So they wanted to globalize their business process and they want to globalize their HR policies. I'm talking from a HCM perspective. So that was the reason they chose Workday and they went for that. So every process will be almost 90% of the process will be globalized. Only few of the process will be localized. So localized is like country requirement. For example, I can say in India we have like different policies. Like you'll have PF, DA, certain allowance and certain things of that. And in Singapore you have CPF and certain things of that. So every country has a certain different kind of statutory requirements, and also in USA you have like different statutory requirements as well. So that was the reason like uh, the localization will be applied from the global process. Yeah, SAP is for country based. So they have already configured everything like country wise, and you can just go with country wise only. But Workday is something globalized. So everything is designed, the business process designed, globalized, and everything is very standard across. They wanted to maintain everything across the organization as same business process. Okay, for example, so when you onboard an employee, so you need to have a specific standard process. Okay, you're going to interview an employee. Okay, you're interview that person, he or her. You're going to interview that person, and then you need to follow certain process. So all those steps has been already standardized in Workday. Recruitment has to happen like this. Okay, you need to create that person in Workday, and you need to have that Workday ID already. Once the job is, I mean, the offer is confirmed, and then you need to onboard that person specific date and everything. So certain process has been designed in Workday already, and customization can be happen based on the country. So country to country, the customization will happen depending on the requirement, and it is also it is not necessary to have the decisions as well. It is all the discussion between Workday, how they want to do it. I mean, the implementation partner and also the your HR head or the HRVP of the globally your organization. So they need to have a discussion and they need to design. It's all about the steering committee need to decide it. Then you can understand everything. How you onboard an employee, how you just give them a training when person is onboarded, kind of all the experience. Okay. I'll tell an example from my side what I have done. So from a HR transformation perspective, so once you implement Workday, so you need to follow certain specific rules. So these are all real-time experience which I'm sharing. So since we don't have the tenant access today, I'm just going out of the Workday concept and telling you the real time what's happening. So you need to make sure like the employee is being given the offer before he's been joining to the company, like 14 days or 21 days before he's going to join, and make sure like before 14 days of his joining day, maybe his joining date maybe 15th of May, and you need to make sure like he's in the system in Workday on May 1st, so that you can have all the details of him and him or her, and then you can just start everything running in Workday. So this is all the concept of Workday to make sure the process is standardized for onboarding an employee. So you'll have a Workday ID for that employee, and you will make sure like you'll have everything standardized for that employee, and everything will be in smooth place from a recruitment perspective. Okay. In Workday, the job change is something a very specific topic, which is a tough topic of Workday HCM. I was surprised you told that job change. Job change. So job change is nothing but it's a promotion or demotion, or it's a transfer or relocation or anything. That is what we call a job change. So it is very hot topic in Workday. So it is very complicated topic. Okay. In Workday, it's completely different. You will call it as prototype. So Workday has been defined as prototype. So prototype one will be an initial system or okay, you'll call it as tenant, not a system. In Workday terminology, it's called tenant. So prototype one will be the initial tenant for configuring everything by the functional team. Not the functional team, I would say the implementation partner, or it can be functional team. So implementation partner is something, for example, for Johnson and Johnson, the implementation partner is Deloitte. So Deloitte will be having all the access to that prototype one to configure everything. So everything will be configured in that P1 tenant. So prototype one, you will call it as P1. So next, when you go for the next phase, it will be called as prototype two, which is the the next level of first testing. So prototype two testing, which is done by the business users as a functional testing. So they will be doing all the unit testing over there. So based on all the requirements they are captured. So that is the testing will happen there, and also the data migration will happen. That will be the first phase of data migration as well. So then the next phase will be prototype 3, which is the system integration testing. So after a functional testing has been done by the countries, all the business users, normally we call it as countries because like all the global clients only I have worked on. So global clients, most of the global clients are only went for Workday, and they go by country each phases. So the next phase, next level of prototype will be prototype 3, where you can find the next level of testing, which will be system integration testing. And also you will have a data migration activity. So data migration activity will always happen before the testing happens. So that is how you need to make sure like the data is clean and make sure the data is fine to have the testing as well. So that is a prerequisite in order to get into the testing phase. So let me explain you. So P1 is completely done by the functional team, functional or a technical team you can call. I would say it's a functional team. Functional team in the sense, the people who are configuring the system, they need to first of all test everything from their perspective. Whatever you have got from the requirements from the countries or from the business people, they need to test first of all in the system. That is what the prototype one is called P1 testing. So, for example, Deepak and Priti is working from business side. Priti has certain requirements for her country. So, for example, Priti is working for Singapore and Malaysia, and she will have certain requirements for her country. And Deepak is someone who is going to implement that from Deloitte side, and Deepak is going to configure everything based on the standard business process, and you are going to localize that. So Workday will deliver standard business process, and you are going to localize that based on Priti's requirement. Priti has requirements from her countries. So Singapore and Malaysia is her country, and she will just tell you, okay, these are the requirements. These will be captured in the initial workshop, and you will be going to go into the system in P1 testing, prototype 1, and you're going to go and configure everything and make sure you're testing all the business process is working fine. And next level of testing will be P2 testing, prototype 2, where the Priti will come into the picture and she will test whatever the requirements she has given and whatever the business process she has agreed with Deloitte has to be already implemented, and she will be testing and she will be raising the questions or she will be raising defects if nothing is working or if it's anything is issues or anything. So that is what happening in P2 testing. And P3, prototype 3 testing will be integration. So we will not call it as prototype 3 testing, we will call it SIT, system integration testing. So that is something a different topic. So where you will have gathering all the requirements from integration team, so IT team. So every countries will have their own IT team. For example, if you guys worked on a specific company, you'll have an IT support. Always there will be IT. Like IT will be supporting all those downstream systems. Downstream systems are nothing but, for example, like you have a system for okay, expense claim. There will be an expense claim third-party system. So you need to integrate that system with Workday. In that case of integration, you need to test all those systems being integrated from Workday. So Workday needs to send some data to that specific third-party system. So that is all this testing has to happen in the P3 testing, that is SIT testing. So before all this P2 and P3, I mean the testing, P2 testing or P3 is SIT testing, you need to have a data validation and data migration. So data migration, how it happens is, for example, Deepak, from your experience, from PeopleSoft, you are moving to Workday. So PeopleSoft will be your legacy system. You need to make sure all your legacy data is cleansed and everything is fine. And you will have a data migration template where you need to fill in and you need to convert the data. So data migration template is basically, it will be all the fields mapping from PeopleSoft fields to Workday fields. So that is how you need to map and you need to fill in the data manually and you need to upload it. That is called the EIB upload. So you guys were asking about EIB. So EIB is something that is a part it came. That's the part it will come into picture. So EIB is nothing but it's all uploading data. When you have more than 50 records, for example, if your country is having like more than 50 employees, you can upload via EIB. That is a recommendation. You cannot do it for two records or 3 records. Minimum you should have 50 records. That is a recommendation from Workday, and also every implementation partner has those recommendation. And from a SME perspective, we should also have that recommendation to the countries. That is how it happens. So every part of the testing will have a data migration activity prior to that. Once the data is cleansed, only you can go into the testing activities. So after this SIT, which I told you P3, we'll move into the next level of testing, which is called end-to-end testing. But still, all is P2, P3, P4. The prototype 4 is a data migration. From a data migration perspective, you will still call those prototypes or tenant as prototype only. So data migration will be called as prototype 4, a data migration activity. After that, for the first, we will have 2 cycles of end-to-end testing. The first cycle will be, you are going to completely test end-to-end process. End-to-end process is from hiring till termination, and also how the integration works in the complete process. So hiring will be from recruiting this person, how the recruitment process works, how you are going to do the pre-hire process, how this person's data is included in the system, how you are going to onboard this person, how you are getting this all those information into the tenant. Everything will be covered. You can do job change, you can do relocation, you can do like promotion, demotion, everything comes under job change. That is a different thing. And finally, you're going to do a termination. Once you are going to do termination, it has to be integrated with a lot of systems, because that person's data will be already integrated with some payroll system, from expense claim system or different system. So those information has to be deleted from those systems based on his termination. So that is very simple. Like when you go for a technical terms, when you have an end date of that employee, everything has to be ended in those systems as well. Yeah. So this is the overall process, like from a normal perspective, end to end process. So end to end testing is the next testing phase after the system integration testing. So this will be cycle 1. So cycle 1 will be making sure at least like 90 or 80% of process is completed and everything has been executed perfectly. But still, it will not be completed perfectly because you will have a lot of bugs due to the data issues or due to some process issues, and everything will be there. So then we should have again a level of testing, end-to-end testing, cycle 2. So that is something again you're going to make sure everything is perfect in place, and you're going to do another round of testing. So that is what called end-to-end testing, cycle 2. So these are the different level of testing phases. So Deepak, can you explain me what are the different level of testing phases what we have discussed? So the
Yeah.
requirements has been already captured in P1. So P1 in P1 testing will already have all the requirements. So but
Okay.
P1 testing is something done by the functional team who is the implementation partner. So functional team is
Okay.
already always called as the implementation partner. So let me explain you
Okay.
very simple terms. So P1
Mm-hmm.
is nothing but you are going to configure the system as a partner. You will be
Mm-hmm.
testing your configurations based on all the
Okay.
requirements which you capture from the countries. Okay, you have like 4 countries,
Right.
for example,
Okay.
you are having 4 countries: Mexico, US, Canada, and Brazil. You are going to test all these requirements, and you are going to test those requirements in your system, whatever you are configured. So that is called P1 testing. You are testing it. Okay, P2 testing is something.
Okay.
Who are the people you have got the requirements, right? So you have got the requirements from A, B,
Okay.
C, D from 4 countries. So four different people
Right.
or eight different people, four
Department.
different countries. No, the P2 testing will be the business users. So they need to come into the picture and they will be testing whatever you configured is correct or not. The people who are gave the requirements from the countries like A, B, C, D or X, Y, Z, who are from the countries, they would have given the requirement. They will be sitting in the front of Workday and they will be testing it for make sure whatever the requirements they are given has been configured perfectly. So that is the next level of testing, which is called P2 testing. System integration testing is something very different. You will be bringing in the IT folks in the sense who are maintaining the third party system. You'll have downstream tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 systems. So tier 1 will be the first level of integration from Workday, and tier 2 will be the second level of integration from tier 1 to tier 2, and then tier 3 will be from tier 2 to tier 3. So a lot of downstream systems will be there. So those integration testing will be done by along with the business people and along with the IT people. So this is common across both finance and HR.
So
Everything, whatever the process I'm telling is common across HR and finance. So now you're going to get the data from Workday. Workday is the main resource for all the HR data. So now Workday will be sending to the tier one. Tier one is PeopleSoft. So from PeopleSoft will be the tier one, and tier two will be the Concur or payroll system. And tier three can be payroll system can generate any other okay, maybe they are generating payslip or anything through another system. That will be the tier three system. So that is called tier one, tier three, tier two, tier three.
tier three. Okay.
At least every organization or every this is the methodology of a landscape system. You need to have your legacy system at least for 3 years, because you cannot let the system go away within just 1 day or 2 days. You need to have that for 3 years or at least 4 years to make sure you're going to build a new integration between the Concur or payroll system or anything along with Workday. Till that, this will be acting as a tier one. Once this specific period of 3 years is gone, then it will be going away. Then this system will gone, and then those system will come as tier one. If not, you'll be still having as this as a tier one. So that is, and most of the companies they use middleware. So middleware is something they convert all the data and they pass it to all the different. Okay, let me tell my experience. So in my company, like for example in Sanofi, which I work, say they use Workday, but their previous system, the legacy system is SAP for HR and SAP for finance, which is Concur, and they use SAP for a lot of things like for procurement, material, a lot of things. So they had a middleware called, uh, if I'm not right, like they had a middleware. So that middleware was something which was converting the data and sending to all those systems which the system can understand. So that is what happening. So these are all the things like this. Now the tier one will be the middleware system, and the tier two will be okay. SAP HR or Concur will be the tier two, and then the downstream system was like a system like expense claim or anything will be the tier three. So this is what it happens in the landscape. We have something called Workday, and Workday is going to use recruitment module. So Workday is already having recruitment module. Okay. Once you have Workday in place, you have a recruitment module, and you're going to hire someone. And after hiring someone, you have before hiring you have all those recruitment process, pre-hire process, and everything. And before that, you need to have integrations from Workday. I mean, for advertising, so you need to integrate with your job portal. You need to integrate with your third-party people who has a job portal, and they need to support you. And you may have even a third-party vendor to do trainings. You may have some third-party vendor to do onboarding as well. So you need to send all notification to all those people through via Workday. So you will be deciding that person is joining on 1st of June, and by 15th of May, you need to send notification at least like 2 weeks before. So 14 days or 15 days before, and you need to send a notification from Workday to all those people via Workday, and they will have their own system. The XYZ, their system is like they have their own system, and they'll have their own system for us to bring in the training sessions, or they will be conducting onboarding programs and everything, or any kind of programs. That is called the integration. So from a recruitment perspective as well, you will have some integration to some third party systems, or it can be an advertisement agency, any agency. So the integrations can be inbound and outbound. So inbound is something from whatever the integration come into Workday, and whatever integration come out of Workday is outbound. So coming into Workday is inbound. So for example, so that is the thing. So you are going to send a message to that. Okay, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is tied up with Workday, and you are going to send it to LinkedIn. Okay, this job is already filled in. We are closing it. You are closing that, and you are going to send to another third-party system, which will be like tier two. Okay, tier one is like directly linked between Workday and that system is tier one, and okay, LinkedIn and another system will have some integration. So LinkedIn is going to send another notification to another system. Okay, this job is closed and we are not posting anymore. So that will be tier two. So tier one is directly linking with Workday, and tier two is something linking with the tier one system, and tier three will be tier two to tier three. I was setting up the shared service for a company, and I was there for 1.5 years after the go live as well. I was completely setting up the shared service. So shared service is completely setting up the support model. So support model of a country and business is the main thing which you need to do after go live. So that also it will be the same terminology what I told, tier one, tier two, tier three. That is a different level of support. So tier one will be the person who will be you can email everything, the queries will be going into it, and it's called ticketing system. The person who replies will be the tier one support. Tier two will be the next level, which you cannot resolve the issues, and then it will go to the tier two support. And tier three will be the next high level of support, where there will be a very exclusive requirement. For example, like from what we have seen, if you need to create a new expense item, then it will go to tier three support. For example, tier two support will be you have a bug in the custom validation or anything, then it goes to tier two. Tier one will be normal queries and questions. An employee will come in and ask for, okay, how to create an uh, spend authorization, how to do this, I cannot do this, how to do this, all those kind of basic questions will be from tier one. So that kind of support model has to be set up in each and every country, and that is why all the companies are going for support model and shared service in a specific country to have everyone together, and they'll be supporting different countries. So that is a model every organization are following these days. It is happening from SAP days as well. So SAP has a different model of it, but similar kind of thing is happening in Workday as well. most of the people doesn't attend any training. Most of the people doesn't follow Workday. So from my experience, I'm telling you, they just have normal basic question, how to log in. So login is something you should go into. Normally, how a Workday login will be is single sign-on. So single sign-on is when you go into a normal, when every company will have their own portal, right? When you have an ESS portal, so employee will have an ESS portal. In that portal itself, you will have a link to Workday. Just click on that, you will be logging in. And people will have these kind of queries who doesn't follow any trainings or who doesn't follow at all. So this will be a normal basic query every day happening in each of the organization. So that is a basic thing. And some people will, for example, they doesn't know how to apply for a leave, time off or whatever. So they don't know how to apply the leave, those kind of issues. And some people will have some kind of queries like how to navigate this to that. These are all very basic questions. All the users will have different kind of questions. You cannot specifically tell, okay, this will be the list of queries. So, and we will be posting all these queries and FAQ. So we like frequently ask questions, and people can, I mean, refer to that as well, but no one will be referring as well. So this is a challenging thing in Workday implementation, which I have seen. That is the reason, like we have this all this support model, all this kind of chat service to make sure the management is getting the data, like how many queries you're getting from each of the user every month, and you need to prepare a dashboard. This happens in a supporting perspective. After the implementation is done, after the hypercare is done, everything is done. The shared service need to prepare these kind of reports and make sure you are invested so much of money for this system, and make sure every employee is utilizing the system for you to make sure it is being benefited for everyone. So that is something will be the next step for us to make sure how the queries are coming, what kind of queries is coming, how many people are using it actually. So these all will happen. I'll explain in more details like once we have these sessions coming up. So data is something they need to maintain. And for this, we had a methodology to make sure data is being cleansing of data. That is also, I wanted to explain you guys as well. So data cleansing is need to happen frequently every month. Every month, 100% accuracy is coming up. So till 100% accuracy is coming up, we need to cleanse the data. So cleansing of data is something. So for example, best example I will tell you, in Workday you have compensation module for HCM. So compensation data is already integrated from SAP. The company I work, maybe it can be PeopleSoft or SAP. So compensation data will have basic pay, allowances and everything. So that data has to be accuracy in your legacy system. If it is not accuracy, how can the Workday will have accuracy? So those kind of data needs to be perfectly maintained and make sure it is very accurate in your Workday system. So that is what we need to do. This is all like the experience which I gained out of my experience. So when you go to a business people, like for example, you're hosting a workshop, not everyone can understand technical things and they will not understand at all. So every person will be from a different department, recruitment, a person will be from a normal HR, someone will be from a learning communication department, someone will be from a training department. So each and everyone needs to understand things. So always we need to provide them something like very simplified terms and structure so that everyone can understand the language what we talk. So not everyone can understand Workday terminologies as well. So that is the thing. I want to make sure like everyone is aligned and everyone is understanding. Because like when you host a workshop for 20 countries or 23 countries, you need to make sure every participant is understanding each and everything, and you need to make sure everyone are aligned as well. So you need to ask questions as well. Then and there, then you need to make sure everyone is aligned and active as well in the workshop. First, let me start with how to create and customize expense report, and then I'll go in detail into the business process, how it works in expenses, and then we'll have multiple topics to cover, how the currencies are differing in expenses, how it really differs, and what type of currencies can be used. I'll go in detail about it. So let's go. So first, we are going to see how to create a customized expense item. So Deepak, you were asking other day, right? So how to create our own expense item. So this is what. So you can go to create expense item. You can provide a name for your expense item. For example, uh, we can say like car allowance. I'll just give a name as test. So this will be the item name. It should be listed down, and then you can give your description as well. So spend category is like you want to like how you want to really make your expense item to fall under which kind of category. So you can just choose company car. So that is the spend category which will be matching this. So depending on the expense item name or expense item type, like you can just choose the spend category as well. So these are all the mandatory fields. So rest all are optional fields. So you can choose any kind of values over there based on it. So this is something unit of measure. So for our expense item, you no need to have this unit of measure. So since it's a car allowance, you are going to just have a fixed amount of it. And expense item group. So this is something a default group which has been defined in Workday. So either it's a business travel or international travel or other expense. So you can choose other expense here. So again, like this is something which has been listed down in this system. It's a policy group. So basically, you don't need to choose this anything. So this is more than enough. The spend category and the expense item group is more than enough. And here, like expense item amount type. So you can choose any. Uh, for example, like if there isn't specific allowance, I mean an expense item where you have a daily limit. Okay, daily you can just spend only like $50 or $100. There you can go and choose like a daily amount or fixed amount. Fixed amount can be like $200 or based on the allowance plan. So it all depends like how you want to define it. So normally you'll go choose for the actual amount because like these kind of allowance like you don't know how much you're going to really spend. So that's the reason you can choose for actual amount. And currency can be defaulted from the company's currency. So you can just use the same currency like whichever the company is defaulted, which is a USD's, which is a default currency setup over here. And if you go here, memo record, so you need to choose this. So memo record is like you can either choose it or no need to choose. So memo is something when you create an expense report, you can see that there will be a field for writing the description of what kind of expense and just in kind of a note over there. So that is what memo is over there. So normally you can add your attributes here, or if not, you can just leave it since it's a normal expense. So you don't need any spend authorization required. So we are not going to do anything like work tax or any spend authorization or attributes over here. So we are just creating a normal expense type. So I filled in all the values and I given OK. So now this specific expense item has been created. So now we are going to see it, how it's going to be listed down. I'll show you that. Now you can go to create expense report and you will be able to see this specific expense item over there. So now we are going to see, other day I was showing you the creating an expense report from spend authorization. So today we are going to see a plain creating an expense report with a new expense item, I mean expense type, but without it's a non-travel expense. So only if it's a travel expense, we need to choose the spend authorization. So now we are going, we are going to give a memo here. So just we are giving like car allowance. Business purpose. It's not mandatory, but still you can just give it like demo. Okay, coming to the expense lines. So here you will be seeing the new expense type which has been created. So this is the one we created. It's already listed down. So you're going to choose this. And since we are given the any kind of value you can put over here, like 500. So the quantity is something like you can choose here. So if you want to like, you have a car allowance, like a daily allowance of like maybe $40, and you want to calculate for 20 days in a month. So in that case, you can just put it as 20 quantity over here, and then per unit amount is $40, which will be automatically calculated 800. And this currency is something, a default currency, what the company is, it is all depending on the cost center and the company based on your everything set up over here. It has been automatically defaulted over here as USD. So I'll be coming over to that specifically on the currencies as a next topic. So again, coming to memo, so you can just give it as car allowance. So if you need to add a receipt, you can still add it, but for this specific allowance, you don't need a receipt. So you can just proceed with that. Just entering all these fields, and then you can give for submit, go for submit. So going to the business process, so you can see the process, what is the approval process here. So it has been going for approval by manager. So, but still you can go and check what is the entire business process. So it is only one event is missing, which is the approval by manager. So no other further steps. So you can just go into this manager's login, and you can proxy and then go and approve it. So this is the expense report submitted by the employee, and you can see $800. So this is what the which we submitted, and we are going to approve it. So it's been approved, but let's check again the process. Okay, so it's going for another level of auditing. So that is something that has been defined in the business process. So it's going for an auditing of the report, which goes to this person. Yeah, the process successfully completed. So we are done with the whole of the process. So there is no any pending step left out. So everything is completed now. Okay, I'm stopping the proxy and we are going back. So after this, I just wanted to show you guys about the business process. So Deepak was asking how business process looks and how you can really modify it and everything. So I'll get into that and I'll show how it has been designed in, standardized, how Workday has delivered all the business process. I'll take a simple example and show you as well. So first, let's search for it. So once you go here, you need to choose the functional area. I'll tell like how we are going to choose it. You can go for expenses. So this is our functional area which we are going to see. So have you guys done this before? Have you seen this all business process for different other areas? Okay, I'll take a best example. So we under expenses, you will have like lot of under expenses is a functional area, and you'll have different business process definition, which means like each of the process will be defined. For example, spend authorization. So spend authorization is something which we saw 2 days before, like how that whole process works. So let me just take this as a defined default definition of how the workday is delivered. So I can just go into it and show you. So before getting into this details, I wanted to show you how it has been really processed. So this is how the process will be. So the initiation of creating in spend authorization can be an employee or it can be a contingent worker or anyone. So it can be an employee, or a contractor. So the first process, once you are initiating, the next second process will be, second step will be approval by manager, and the third step will be approval by the cost center manager, and finally depending on the spend authorization type, it will go for approval by project manager. If it is a project transaction, so if it is a specific project transaction, then it will go for approval by project manager. If not, it will go for the controller. Only in case the amount is going to be greater than or equal to 5,000 USD. So this is how the business process will be defined. So this is actually like it's a diagrammatic view or a process flow what uh, Workday has been delivered. So you can edit this or you can modify this. This is how in a requirement gathering session and how the country needs to, business needs to understand. So this is how we'll be presenting to the business. So this is a process defined by Workday and where are the modification needed and how you want to adopt or change this specific process. So there will be globalized process which has been adopted by the whole of the company, and country wise you can change this process as well. For example, like US will have this process as a standardized process, and in Canada, if you want to change this instead of controller, there is no role as a controller in Canada. Then you can just change it as a, maybe finance admin or a finance officer, whatever. So depending on your country, like requirement, you can change it. So because like you wouldn't have that specific role in your country, so and then you can go for changing it. No, it's not project ID. So there will be a business process purpose as a project. So I'll show you that in later. So when you create an expense item, it will be tied up to a project. So you will be tagged to a project, and those specific expenses will be only the which has been tied to project. Yeah, actually, like this is about the spend authorization. So when you create a spend authorization specifically for a travel, you're going to create for an okay, you're traveling, but you're going to charge it to that specific project. So in that case, you need to tag that project in that spend authorization while you're going to create that. So you will find
Okay.
it whether that specific spend authorization is tied to that specific project. And also in during while you're creating a spend authorization, you can also include the expense item. So that is also possible. So you should, and then you can just tag it to that specific project. So this is the overall process. So this is just an example, like how Workday has been delivered as a standardized process for creating and spend authorization. So this is how the last final step. Once you have completed, it will be, which you will be seeing in every process. Like once approval is done, you will be seeing the process completed. This is how the whole of the process works. So this is the first time you everyone are seeing this. This is the steps. So I can I explain you here. So this is order. Okay, this is what I was telling about the custom notification. So based on the conditions, like how it's going to trigger the status. Just coming to the modification and how to do the rules and setting up the conditions. So that's something like I need the edit access, and I'll be coming to you guys on that on the upcoming sessions, and I'll show you in detail. The standardized one. I'm just trying to see. Yes, we can do it. Just trying to see like not to touch the standardized ones. Okay, here is the conditions. So here is the condition we are setting up. So which like if the spend authorization is like more than $5,000 or equal to $5,000, where the approval, and we are going to put the condition here like approval is required. So and it goes to controller. So this is how the condition is being set up. And let me show you like what are different options here. So whether you really need an approval. And here you can change the roles. So based on the security group. So that's what I was telling. So like if US is using controller and Canada doesn't have that role, you can change that role to different thing. So maybe you can make it as project manager as well. I'm just showing you the stuff, but I don't want to save this as this is a standardized one. So you can change it to project manager. And due date is something once this specific task has been coming into your inbox. So to make sure like how many days you can still it can be waiting there to uh, make the approval. So maximum it's like 2 days, and you can change that as well. So depending on the task and depending on what kind of activity we are going to perform. And coming to the condition here again. So this rule is coming from this place. I mean, this is a rule condition. So you can, this condition will be written under the. Just on this condition stuff, let me come back to you. So I'm just thinking like how to edit on this. Just on this condition, how to edit that, just something that I will come back to you, because like I don't want to touch the standardized one. So let me just cope up on that and then come back to you guys. So these are all the rules and everything, but let me just come on that point during our next sessions. Yeah, normally how it happens is we can just copy the standardized ones, standardized workday delivery ones, and then you can just edit everything. So you can edit on that. So I'll just get you an example once. I will create a customized one, and then I'll show you in the next session or after that, so that we can understand more into detail. Okay, business steps is something like you're going to, I mean, list down like what are the steps going to happen in the business process. So
Yeah.
like how the approval goes and everything. So
Yes.
that is something. It also have a relationship with the uh, conditions, the
Condition.
rules and conditions, because like based on the condition and rules only the approval process is going to be defined. For example, like you have an allowance for travel, for example, travel for spend authorization. So in order to create and spend authorization more than for $500, no issues, $1,000, no issues. And then if you have a condition of like $5,000 for till $5,000, the approval will be only by manager. After $5,000, anything, it will go for approval, extra approval of uh, financial controller, and maybe like uh, manager. So it is all depending on how the business requirements. So nothing can be defined by us. So Workday has been delivered standard process, but still all these conditions and everything has to be defined by each of the uh, I mean organization, like country wise, how the policy changes. So that is how it all works. So creating a normal expense report and how you are going to differ with currencies. So basically, you have like four different type of currencies, like company currency. Company currency is a default currency, like uh, what we are seeing right now. So it based on the cost center and the organization, the company will be popped up default, like USD. You are based in US organization, and you'll have an USD currency. Preferred currency for the worker. So preferred currency is something like you will be having a any different preferred currency you can enter over there. Okay, I can tell you here. So, for example, the employees from US, but the employees traveling to uh, France, and you need to have an exchange. I mean, once you go to France, you will be exchanging the money, and you are going to spend in France. So you will have an exchange rate which you are defined over there into, I mean, euros. So then you will be entering in euros, and then you will be converting into USD. So that is something your preferred currency, where you can enter a different currency from the company's currency in order to reimburse all the whatever the expenses you have spent out in the other country out of your home country. So this is something you guys are getting it. And entry currency is something. So you can have like I would say the best example. So an employee is traveling like to three different countries, but he's having like, and he needs to uh, apply create an expense report. For example, the person has traveled to Europe with euros, and for Canada in a Canadian currency, and also travel to some part of Japan, so he'll have a Japanese currency. So all these different currencies, but you're going to enter it in a single expense report, which will have like different expense item. So each and every expense item will have a different currency, and you're going to claim back in different currencies. At the end of the day, everything will be converted into USD, which is going to be a billing currency. So which is the company's currency. And finally, billing currency. So billing currency is something like the company credit card. So you, even though if you're going to travel to Europe, but still your credit card is from US. So that is something that you'll be swiping your card in Europe, but still your currency is going to be getting in USD because your credit card is from US. So that is what the credit card transaction. But we don't want to go in detail into the credit card transaction, but that is a something which we need to configure and have an third party system integrated to it. So we'll see if there is an option already configured here. If not, we'll not go touch that topic. Okay, we are choosing creating a new expense report. So I just chose expense item as meals. So I'm just giving it like three quantity, like $50 each. So 150. So now I'm just going to change the currency here. So for example, as I mentioned, like I'll mention it into euros. So this is how it's going to happen. So even though the currency which you're claiming is in euros, so whatever the 50, it's going to be 50 euros. You're going to claim for three meals. So total amount is 150 euros. But you can see the converted currency is USD. So this is something automatically done. This USD is something coming up from your organization. So based on your cost center and your company. So it's something from here. So whatever has been configured. So this will be a default converted currency. So now we are creating for one expense item. So I'll show you for multiple ones in the same, you'll see same different currencies in the same expense report. And again, I wanted to cover this. The other day I was mentioning, so when you go for an office, official dinner or something, so you can add your attendees here, whoever has been participated. So you can mention like a guest. So either you can create a guest. So you can just create a guest. For example, I'm just creating as Deepak. So Deepak is a guest for this person. So just you can add another as well. Maybe I'm adding like, okay, Lakshmi, and I'm adding as well Priti. So you three of you will be like a guest whom you have like taken as an official business meal for treating those guests. And you can also change the amount as well, like $200, 200 euros. So this specific item details will differ. Other day I was showing you for the airfare. So we were creating the spend authorization for a travel expense, and we were creating about an air ticket. So that specific item detail it was asking about destination and origin as well. So that's something we are giving the city where to travel and where to you're going to reach, and also the country. So here you're given going to give all the attendee details, and also like if you require, you can give the destination as well. So maybe we can put it as Paris, and then country as France, and also like business topic is something you can mention like official. First, I was mentioning like the first we are going to enter the amount in euros, and then it's been converted into USD based on your organization. And then for since it you are chosen as chose as meals, so you need to enter the attendees. So normally it will be defaulted with only the employee's name. And since if you can still enter the guest, if you're going to take like 3-4 people, then you can just enter the guest as well. Now we are going to add a one more expense line. So now we are created in meals. Now I'm just going to add something like a car or whatever different expense item like from the list. So this is already added. So we can see here what we added already meals for 600 euros. Now let's see, we can add something else. So you can find it from the whole list. Okay, let's put hotel accommodation. So I'm just going to add a hotel accommodation, maybe like 3 days, and I'll be mentioning like each day like three, maybe 800, and it's going to be Japanese. So Japanese yen, I think it should be higher amount. Okay, perfect. So I'm mentioning as 30,000 yen per day, and it's going to be 90,000 overall for 3 days. And it has been already converted into USD as well. So it is going to be 915. And did you guys notice like currency rate? How it is going, how this is picking up? So this is something, so there will be a table in background, so which is something maintained by the currency exchange rate. So each and every day it will be, not each and every day, so it will be automatically updated manually, or it can be updated automatically as well. So that is something an integration between the exchange currency, but I'm not sure how it has been configured here in this specific system. So this currency conversion rates are already defined. You can do it manually on a regular basis, or you can also integrate it. So that's something, that is how the exchange rate is picked up. And you can choose the hotel here. Okay, Hyatt. And you can choose the travel date. So maybe 4th to. So I'm giving the city as Tokyo. Yes, you can. You can create your own hotel. Let's do that. Maybe Taj is something not there in Japan. Okay, let's see what is the error. Oh, okay, okay. So this is a custom validation. So when an error pops up, or when an alert pops up, that is what the custom validation, what which has been defined the rules. Okay, great. So this has been created now. Now we are going to add something, another one. So now we have like two currencies. One is Japanese yen, and then another one is euros. Okay, you can see some error. Okay, here is the error. So it is being calculated based on the number of nights. Here we are given like 3, and then Okay, again there is an error. It says like the validation is like it has been exceeded amount. You guys can follow this. What's happening? So we have created like two expense items, which is having like two different currencies. One is euros and one is pounds. I'm just creating one more in a different currency, and then we can see like how the final expense report is calculated. So again, here you can add a guest as well. I'm adding my name just on guest. Okay, so we have added three different currencies. Now I'm just going to submit it. But the overall amount you can see it's been calculated to USD. So that is what like which I wanted to show you. Like even though you have like different currencies, but still the conversion is done into USD. You can see here. So because the USD is the default currency based on your company. So the company is based out of US. So since that is the reason the USD is picking up. So if the company or for the employees defaulted to some other country, so based on that the currency will be differing. So that is something like since it's a credit card, so the rate will be already picked from the credit card transaction. So you'll have an integration from a credit card to this expense. So since it's a travel expense, already like the credit card will be tied up to that, and that specific conversion rate will be picked up. And also you can change the conversions as well. So even though the system is defaulting, so for example, today the conversion rate is like 1.3 for USD to maybe like Singapore dollars, but you already traveled before a month and you have a conversion rate of 1.4, you can still manually change that in the line item. Once you're creating the expense item, there you can still change the conversion rate. This is something a defaulted based on today's rate, but still you can change it as well. I can show you that. So maybe like once we create one more expense report, I can show you that as well. Okay, so we just have what are the remaining process. Okay, let's first go into approval. Okay, for example, I'm taking this conversion from Canada dollar to USD. So maybe you have done this claim before like few months. Maybe that point of time the exchange rate is like maybe 9.8. So you can just manually enter here. So you can see the conversion rate has been converted amount has been already updated. So that's something like that is the reason it's quite flexible. Like these kind of situations comes across. Like that was a very good question as well. So that is something. So default conversion rate is something based on current rate. So whatever it has been updated, and still you can still change it as well. For example, like you may be traveling to Europe, and the currency rate, if you're going to change your currency in the airport, it will be different currency rate, exchange rate. And if you're going to change in currency like USD to euros in the city, it will be a different currency rate. So you can still have that receipts, and you can just add it as an attachment for the proof based on all the conversion rate which you are going to modify. Let's see. Now this expense report is successfully approved, so no other action pending. Uh, let me let me come back to you guys. I need to check that and see how they are really, if their credit card has been already configured, because that is a very complex integration. So that is part of an integration as well. So each and every employee has to be first of all tied up to the credit card, and then only like we need to have an integration, and it has to be also integrated with the settlement runs as well. So when you do a settlement run, automatically this payment has to be credited back to the credit card and has to be settled. Sure, I'll come back to you on that, Deepak. So I'm sure it will be helpful as well. So these are the other topics which was actually in the today's session, but these are all stuffs which you already know. How the whole of the expense report workflow works. So you can like how the submitting works and how it goes to different people, how it really happens. So that's something like which is already we have seen it. So how an approval works, and another part of the topics which I wanted to cover was different status of the expense reports. So you can see the different statuses like uh, how you are going to draft or in progress or approved, paid, cancel. So paid is something a different thing. So only when an expense report is already settled, you will have unpaid status. So rest all whatever you see here in the slides, or it's all the topics which have been already we have covered. So everything which has been covered, and you can see it. You can just see how the overall workflow works. So just in different status and everything. So review and approve expense report. This like review is like how a approver reviews it and how it's going to approve, which you already seen it. So that's nothing like which we no need to go in detail into this theoretical stuff, which already we have already seen everything in the demo. I just need to prepare like specific slides for each and every topics for data migration, testing, requirement gathering, how one workshop happens in a Workday environment, how you need to really conduct workshops, and what are different kind of workshops to need to be happen. So
Yeah.
these are all the main topics, and also integration. Integration is another key topic, and again change, communication, and learning. That is very important area which we need to really make sure like it's happening as well in each of the business and countries. And finally, I'm going to the cutover, and also post cutover, how the support model needs to be, and also the overall after supporting is done, like for 3 months you'll have a hypercare, and after that how the shared service is going to work. So this is something a very vast topic for real-time experience. I'm just waiting for certain things to be confirmed, and then I have to prepare PPTs on that, and then I'll walk through everyone about each and every topic in depth. So it is not like very like easily we can cover it in half an hour or 1 hour. So that's something we need to go in very detail, and for you to understand. These all the technical stuffs which all we are learning is just in the system. So these are all the soft skills, like how in a real time, how you going to handle an end-to-end implementation. It can be HCM or it can be finance. It's going to be the same approach. So I'll get into that. So I'm just waiting for certain things to be confirmed from Sarandek, and then I can start preparing the materials, and we'll have a different sessions for that. So actually today I wanted to cover two topics, like custom validation and also settlement of expense report. So due to some access issues, I don't have access to still run the settlement run. So that's something today maybe we should have only a short session, or maybe we can discuss some other topics as well. So have you done settlement runs before? So in any previous sessions in the banking and under banking and settlement? Let me just show you like what is all custom validation. So custom validation is like whenever you create create an expense report. So based on certain conditions, like it can be uh, either like specific expense item is like having a certain amount. Like for example, the amount fixed is like $50, and you are exceeding that specific amount, then the system will throw you an alert, like either a warning or an error message. So it depends on how the custom validation has been set up. So let me show you how what are the custom validation has been set here. So you're going to a task called maintain custom validation, and you can see what are the custom validation which has been defined. So this specifically for each of the areas. So depending on different areas of Workday Financials, you can see like different types of custom validation has been set up. So for us, we are just going into expense reports, expenses. Yeah, expense report. So you can see these are the custom validation which are available. So critical and warning. So critical is something which will not allow you to move to the next step. You cannot submit an expense report. And for warning is like you can still submit an expense report. It's more of a warning for the specific task, I mean, expense report which you are submitting. Okay, let me go into and show how these all custom validation works. So let's take two examples. So I'm going to choose the expense item as entertainment, and the maximum amount allowed is like $50. So if you're going to exit $50, you will be getting a warning for per person. And then again for a critical validation, I'm going to submit an expense report without a cost center mentioned over there. So normally the cost center will be defaulted whenever you create an expense report, but still you can exclude that cost center, or you can replace with another cost center. So you're going to see how it's going to be happening when you're going to exclude a cost center while submitting an expense report. So you're going to create expense report. So this is a cost center which I was mentioning. So based on the employee's organization, so automatically this specific cost center has been listed out. So now we are going to remove this. So we can remove that in the next step as well. So I'll show you, just we'll submit from here and then we'll create an expense item. So as I mentioned, I'll choose the expense item as entertainment. And I'm going to give an amount of like $60. And I'm excluding here from the work tax the cost center, which has been already listed down. So I'm removing that. Here, since we have chose the expense item as entertainment, it will ask for list of attendees. I'm just going to just give only these employees, only one person as an attendee. And the condition for here is like it shouldn't exclude $50. We have, but we already mentioned as $60. So let's see what happens. So now we are given all the details. So we are missing cost center and also the amount is excluding $50. So I'm going to submit now. So here you can see this is a custom validation. So you can get two, you are getting two errors and two alerts. So first error, which is a critical. So as I mentioned, you can see here. So it's a critical, cost center is missing. And you can see it's a critical, which is an error, which will not allow you to move on to the next step. So cost center is missing on an expense report line. And this one is like automatically whenever an error pops up, it will be asking you to resolve any errors before you continue. And the next item is, next thing is, as I mentioned, it's only $50 is allowed for a person when you are going to choose the expense item as entertainment. And it should be less than or equal to $50. So that's something an alert. So which is just a warning message. So you can still proceed to submit, but still it is a warning message for you to understand like you should not exit more than $50. Okay, so now we are going to correct and see how to get rid of it. So we are going to make the amount as 45 and also you are going to add a new cost center here. So you can choose the cost center from the tag types. Go to cost center. You can search here as well. So if you know the number. So this is a cost center which was defaulted. So now we have corrected everything. You're going to submit now. So you can see both the error and warning has been disappeared. So this is how the custom validation has been set up. So it's all depending on the business requirements. So whenever you have a requirement for each and every expense item, so you can set up your custom validation. So it all depends on the how the requirements has been coming from the business. So each and every expense item you can set up some validation. It can be critical or warning. So based on that, you can set up the custom validation, and also it will be uh, implemented during creating an expense report based on whatever you are going to set up. So now we are going to do a normal process like which you are going to approve the expense report. There's a place where you can, using the same maintain custom validation, you can create the custom validation as well. you can copy as well, and you can also edit. I'll come into that. So just I want to check with you, or like, uh, you want me to show each and every of this specific different status, how to cancel an expense report, change your copy, or enable multiple currency, or you guys are aware of it? So apart from this, do you like to any specific topic you want to discuss today? Because like since I'm missing the access for settlement run, I couldn't show you the settlement run today. So that is something a very good topic, but since due to the access issue, I couldn't create the settlement run. I'll check it out first of all. Let me maybe understand. You're talking about these instructions, or you mean the header? You're talking about here? Okay, I'll get into that as well. So you can go to the maintain hotel task. So this is the task where you're going to maintain all the hotels. You can create as well. So just you can directly give an hotel name, maybe just I'm giving an example. So here if it is inactive, you can make it as inactive. So normally default status will be in use. And also if you want to have an alternate names, you can add an alternate name as well. I'll just show you alternate name maybe. So this is the hotel which we created. So you can see here, and also like while creating an expense report line item as well, you can create a new hotel which is not in the list, and when but still you went for a different hotel, maybe in a different country, which is not listed. So like other day we created the hotel while creating an expense report. So something like this. So this is something the other day which we created. So you can do that as well. Okay, that is a completely different topic. So have you seen EIB templates? So I'll take that into a different topic, because like will be templates will be different for each and every business process, or it can be different from each of the business objects. So and did anyone give you an instruction like minimum the requirement? So what Workday suggests is only when you have like the records is like more than 50, you should go for EIB. So not for like 10 records or 20 records, you can go for EIB. So that is also one condition. So which you need to follow during the implementation phase. So normally like small values, like if it's like just 10 records which you need to load, you can do it manually. Only if it's more than 50, then you should go for EIB. So that is a recommendation. Okay, for example, you are going to load hotels, or maybe you're loading any other data. The minimum record you need to have an EIB template is 50 or more than that. If it is below 50, like 30 records or like 20 records are only there, you're not recommended to load by EIBs. So you can do it manually by manual update. So that is a recommendation because that will create like, for example, once you go live and you are in a maintenance stage, so you're in a support stage, and I'm sure like some countries would have missed out some data and they'll be coming back to us, okay, can you load EIB for 20 records or 30 records? So which is not recommended. And you cannot support them like giving always like for 20 or 30 records. So minimum is like 50 or 50, more than 50. So that is the recommendation for EIBs. Okay, so next one you asked is for airlines, right? Okay, let's see first both airlines and airport. Okay, it's the same thing like hotel. So you can just go here, you can add your new airlines. Okay, I can mention AirAsia. So this is the one which we added. It has been already added. So creating all this hotels, airlines, airports, it's all very straightforward. So you can just add this, and normally it happens, as you mentioned, Lakshmi, like it happens in EIBs. So when you have a bulk of data, like more than 100 or 200, that's how it happens in the real time. So, and in the maintenance stage, so whenever you need to add manually in the stage, like for after go live, so in that case, like you can just add here like from manually. Again, going back to airport, you can still add here. So you need to give the value like it's a 3-digit, I mean 3 characters. I'm just giving an example of Malaysia. So we'll create a city. So the one which we added as airport, it has been added already. So now you have seen how to add an airport, airlines, and also hotels. Okay, that's something, it doesn't comes under expenses. So that's something I need to check and come back to you because it's something a
Okay.
new thing for me.
Oh, okay.
Because it is more related with a credit card, right? So whenever you have the mileages, it'll add to your credit card and you'll have the points over there. I'm trying to just check the EIVs, so and see like the list of. So you know how to create an EIB, like your own EIBs? See, for expenses, basically, like you can create EIBs for creating the expense item or maybe hotels or airlines. So those are all the basic setup which will be having it. But apart from that, so while you're going to create an expense report, it is all manually done from an employee perspective. So let me relate and tell you, like, for example, you have an EIB in for creating, for loading supply invoice, so which is already there, which has to be loaded into the system. So you may have an EIB for loading all the supply invoice, which is already, you need to have it in the system. Like for example, like 2-3 years of supply invoice. and also maybe best example is supplier data. So you may have like a company may have like 100 or maybe 500 supplier data. So in that case, you will go for a EAB and you need to load the supplier data through EAB. So, but for expense module, so basically, other than these data like hotels or airlines or these expense item, apart from this, the rest all are done manually by the employee on a day-to-day basis. So that's what like in my previous project also, I didn't see like any specific EIB for expense module. Rest all like mostly the EIBs for supply data and other modules. We had a lot of EIBs for GL or other huge modules. Now for procurement to which you are referring is you are talking about the purchase order. Let's search and see if anything is there for supplier. So then I can show you that. So you know what is inbound and outbound, right? Even I'm doing this for first time because normally the EAPs will be done by the different team, security team. So, okay, let me explain you. So this is the source data. So get data is the source. How we are going to get the source data, and transform is like how you are going to transform it to the workday fields, and finally this will be the uh, how it's going to get loaded, the deliveries. So I'm also doing it for the first time. So just checking. You guys have done this before? So I'm just getting into it. So this is the retrieval method. So each and every you have like different types of method to retrieve the data. So you can choose like any of this for you know FTP, right? So file I mean FTP or SFTP. So these are all the different formats of data, like how we are going to uh, file transfer protocol, or like how we are going to really like retrieve the file from a specific location. So it all depends on how we are going to choose it. So attach file at launch is like you can attach a file like while doing the loading the EAB. So EIBs cannot be accessed by, I mean, even though if you are from a client side, from a functional team, you will not have access to create your own EIB. It will be only the implementation partner like Deloitte or Accenture, those only those companies. Okay, this is what today I have uh, because like since we don't have this banking and settlement access, I don't have anything more to discuss today. Apart from this, if you guys have anything like project related questions or any other topics, then we can discuss. So generally, like let me just give you a general overview of how the tenant strategy works. So
Yeah,
in Workday the implementation. So once you start an Workday implementation, all the initial configuration and everything, whatever has been requirement, whatever you gathered from the business, so those requirements will be configured in the first tenant, which is called P1 tenant, prototype 1. So that is
yeah,
the tenant where you will be configuring everything from scratch based on
mhm,
all the requirements. And that will be the initial tenant where the unit testing will happen. Unit testing in the sense by the functional team. We as a functional consultants, we need to do the testing as a unit testing. So till that time, the testing or whatever the data we have will be the very dummy data will be there loaded, and you'll be testing all the configuration and business process in that first tenant, prototype 1. And the next tenant which will be set up will be prototype 2. That is a tenant where we'll really give an access to the business people, and all the business users will be uh, first thing to build the tenant is data. Configuration will be done already. It will be copied from the P1 tenant, and P2 tenant, the prototype 2 tenant will be where we'll be loading the data. So data migration activity will be happening from there. you'll get the data from the legacy system from the business users, and you'll be loading the data, and then the testing happens from there. The first level of testing will be, normally you call it as system testing or functional testing, where each and every tester from each of the countries or different organization will be doing the testing. So in order to do the, what was the issue which I was facing is like, this specific employee doesn't have an assigned to a company, and then that was an issue, like we couldn't assign him the banking settlement specialist role. So that was the issue which we were facing. We tried to assign and it was not possible. So then we identified one more person who can do the settlement run. So have you, both of you have done any settlement runs before for invoices, supply invoice? Okay, let's get into it. So you need to log in with another person. So you can do start proxy and search for Teresa. So you will find this person, Teresa Serona, and you can log in with that person. So she has access to do the settlement runs. Then you can go to the task. Let me show available task as well. So you can choose settlement run, create settlement run. So the company which we are going to use is, you can use this one, Global USA. So for expense report, it's quite straightforward. For supply invoice, you can do a lot of multiple things. Since you have done with supply invoice already, I don't want to go into that. So I thought you guys would have not done that. Anyway, that's a good thing you've already done. So here you can give the settlement run name. And you're aware of this filters, right? So what is system filter and custom filters? I can explain you in deep.
System filters, no, we don't know system filters.
Okay,
we don't know
let
these
me explain.
things actually.
Okay, sure. This is the main topic, which main thing before you create a settlement run. So normally, so you haven't created any custom filter, right? In the past. Let me explain you what is all these filters. So these are all the standard Workday delivered filters. So I can explain you each of the thing. So when you choose this specific filter, you can choose it actually in the next step as well. And also you can choose it on this first screen while you're initially entering the data. When you're choosing the company, you can choose the filter as well. So system filters are like Workday delivered standard filters, where you can just use it based on the whatever the recommend, what are the settlement which you want to do. So here you can see, have you created any ad hoc payments in the past? So these are the list of system filter. Each and every filter has its own purpose. So when you choose available ad hoc payment, so ad hoc payment is a different task. You can create ad hoc payments, for example, when you need to pay a specific tax, like an income tax or anything specifically, income tax department. So you can use this ad hoc payment, and you can create an ad hoc payment for that specific authority, or even for a company to company. So company to company, you can do an ad hoc payment as well. So those kind of payments, if you choose this option, it will bring all those payments which needs to be settled. So similarly, like bank account transfer. So bank account transfers is like when you transfer a company to company, or a company to, I mean, vendor, or you are going to transfer to a customer or vendor. It can be any kind of scenarios. That is a normal, straightforward bank account transfer. So when you do, and this is also a task. So create bank account transfer. So these are all specific tasks: create ad hoc payment, create bank account transfer. So those kind of transfer task is completed, then it will pull up all the specific payments or settlements needs to be done under this company. So since you choose this company, whatever you have done under this company, it will be coming under that specific filter based on the task which you have chosen. Similarly, like you can see customer invoice, customer payments, customer refund. So these are all the specific tasks based on whatever the task you perform, like customer invoice if you have created. So whatever invoice available under customer invoice, it will be pulled up for settlement. So here is a specific filter for that specific credit card transaction. So whatever the expenses charges to the credit card, this will based on the credit card transaction, you can choose a filter here, which will directly settle the credit card through the integrations and stuff. So when you do this choose this specific filter. And the next filter is which we are going to see, which is a standard filter for available expense reports. So whatever the expense report available for this specific company, it will pull out all the expense reports available, and I'll show you in deep. So that is what we are going to see. And intercompany items. So there is another task called create intercompany payments. So intercompany payments is like you will have like different companies. You will have a payments from company to company. So for example, one specific organization can have like multiple companies, and you can transfer the money between the intercompany. So ABC is the specific organization, and you have like multiple companies under that doing different business like XYZ or PQR, and when you are doing a payment between an intercompany, you can do that payments as well, and you can do the settlement. So that's how. So you can see supplier invoice, which you have already done, and then due in these are something based on this specific filters, like due in 7 days is like there will be specific. For example, you have created a supplier invoice and you have a due date of like maybe you should from today. Okay, today you are creating a supplier invoice 4th of June, and you have to make a payment on 10th of June. So those kind of specific list of supplier invoice will be pulled out here. So within this next 7 days, what are the due which has to be paid and which has to be settled. So and due today is like specifically like today is the date, like a certain supplier invoice may be due for today, even though it has been already set up like it's due for 7 days, but you have missed it 6 days, and you can choose this specific today, and then you can check what are the supplier invoice has to be settled today. Okay, moving to the custom filters. So they just have only one custom filter which they have created here. So initially, which I was showing a standard filter was due for 7 days. So due for 7 days means it will pull out all the specific, it can be supplier invoice, it can be customer invoice, or it can be ad hoc payment, it can be any kind of payments, which is everything being due for next 7 days. But specifically, there is a custom filter which will pull only the supplier invoice which are due for next 7 days. So this is what the custom filter. This is how a custom filter is set up. So this is something specifically based on the business requirement. So business will have like certain requirements, like they want like supplier invoice which is due for next 7 days. So it will just pull out only the supplier invoice for this company which is due for next 7 days to be settled. So there is a separate task for this, and also you can go from the settlement run as well. So this is how you will be creating the custom filter. So it's quite a lengthy process, but you have not created this before, right? Okay, let's come back to this. Once I'll show complete this settlement run, then we'll explore more into the creating of custom filter. So, okay, now we have seen all the filters. So you can, as I mentioned you can choose the filter either here, right on this screen, or also you can go inside the next step, and in the next screen you can choose the filter as well. So, okay, let's do here. We are choosing the filter here, all available expense report. And here you can see this specific option is only applicable when we do supplier invoice settlements, include payments on behalf of other companies. So this is something like there will be payments on, you have a company ABC and you are going to settle on behalf of XYZ. In that case, you can include other company's name and then you can do the settlement on behalf of that company as well. So here, like there is another option. So exclude negative payments. So we are not including any negative payments into this specific settlement run. So after filling all this, we are just moving to the next screen. And here the currencies, again, I just wanted to highlight on this. So you can choose, as always, you're seeing the expense report, you can choose any currencies, but default, it will be coming up with the company's currency, which is USD, and also display currencies, any kind of amount which has been claimed. Like last time we have seen one expense report will have multiple currencies, but still the settlement final expense report will be in USD. So similarly, like whatever the currencies it has been, still the display currency for settlement run will be USD. So now we have filled in all the details and we are moving to the next screen by clicking on OK. Okay. Okay, so here you have seen, this is the next screen. Now you can see this is the main thing. So here, whatever which we need to note down, I'll just explain everything. So this is the name of the settlement run which we have created. And this is more important, the settlement run number. So this something will be used for all the, any kind of reference or anything. There are a lot of tasks which will be using the settlement run number. So you can see like SR like 2937, it will be a unique number for each of the settlement runs which you are going to create. And initial status, you can see it is draft. So the current status for this specific settlement run is draft. And also you can see all those options whichever we have chose, it has been coming up, and display currencies over here and currency, and you can see the company name as well. And the filter which we used is all available expense report. Okay, here comes the option. Now we already chose the filter, and here there is additional option. Okay, initially in the screen you would have chose only, okay, I'm just choosing only supplier invoice, or I'm just choosing only expense report, and going inside you want to choose other options as well, then you can choose here. Okay, so these are all the standard filters whichever you have seen, which I was showing in the initial screen. Based on those filters, what are the other options? What are the options which can be pulled up? Okay, now we are just chose only expense report. So the filter use is also the same. So now you're going to search. So what I did is yesterday I just searched for all the expense report. Okay, it's a good example. Now we are going to deep into it. So now you can find your settlement runs, whatever you have created under your company. So I'm going to use find settlement run. It's a separate task. And I'll tell you the reason why we are not getting any data over there as well. So this is a task, find settlement run. So now I'm just choosing the company. Okay, so I'm just giving okay, which will pull out all the settlement runs with different status under this company. Okay, so now what is the settlement run which we have created? So this is the one, right? And we haven't chosen any item, we don't have anything being chosen, and the settlement run status is draft. So this is what we are seeing here under the find settlement run. Correct? So with this settlement run number, and this is a name, and with the draft status. So this is the same thing which you are seeing here with the same number. What I did yesterday, I was trying to check, is there any expense report available for this company? And that was the settlement run which I created, and it's also in the draft status. which has pulled in all the expense report available under this company with almost like 159 different expense report for different employees. Let's go into that and see what's happening there. So you can choose from here. Okay, so this is what complete list of expense report. You can see the details here. Okay, here you can see yesterday which I created. So this was a settlement run, and it is in the draft status. So what happens in Workday? So when you create a settlement run and you chose already all the list of supply invoice, or it can be expense report, and you're still the status is draft, it means it has been reserved to specific settlement run, and it is just waiting for you to process the next step. So since it is in the draft status, so you have chose all the expense report. It has been listed, all your expense report has been listed. Now the next step is you're just going to run this settlement run, and then that is why it has been blocked. So now what we need to do is we are creating a new settlement run. So our number is 2937. The one which I created yesterday was 2936. So now since all the expense report has been blocked under this settlement run, you couldn't see any of the values listing here. So that's why it says no data. It's no data at all, because every expense report has been blocked by this settlement run. So now what we can do, we can cancel this settlement run. So just go here. So you can either edit or cancel. So we are going to cancel this completely, this specific settlement run. So it's asking for confirmation, yes. And then you can just queue OK. Okay, now again I'll tell you something. Once after you're canceling it, you can still see the status of this specific settlement run as draft. And also you can see the process which is happening in the background. It is still, the percentage is not yet completed. It's still 1%. And you're going to cancel it. So now what we need to do is the process settlement and cancel. We need to just refresh. It will take like few seconds. So now you can see the status has been updated from draft to cancel. Now completely all the expense report has been released, and there is no any settlement run which is blocking the expense report. And also you can see the background process, settlement run is cancelled and the status is completed. So these are all the status check under settlement run. So two status will be there. One is the overall status. What is it? Okay, it is cancelled. And also here, this is the background process. So basically what is this background process is, you'll have a settlement, you'll have an ID process type, and also you have a specific ID with this will be the background process will define you the next step for you to go to the integration or whatever. So, but here we are canceling it, and this is also successful. So there is no any further step. So that is what it's been displayed here. So now you can see 159 expense report has been cancelled, and this specific settled run is just cancelled. That is something an integration has to be happen. I'll explain in detail. So right now what happened is, but I found there is no integration is there yet. Let me show you what I have shown you. So when you go to find settlement runs, you will find all the list of settlement run for this company. That is what I was showing you, the list of settlement runs. So these approved status, so these are all the settlement runs which has been already approved, and it has been, so you'll have different status: draft, approved, cancel, complete. So that's something I'll get into that more in details once we see a settlement run has been completely approved and for the expense report. So I'll take an example as well. Sure. Now we have cancelled that specific settlement run, and now we are going to again search for any expense report under this company. Now you can see all the expense report which are available under this company is being displayed. So last time what happened? There was no record and it showed no data. Now you can see 159 items have been already displayed under this company as an expense report. You can see all the expense report and you can see the employee name. So you're going to pay to this all these employees who has been submitted for expenses. And you're aware of this, right? Direct deposit. So it is a specific payment type where the direct deposit will go to the employee's account directly. Yeah, that is a different topic. So it's like under it is all banking and settlement. So it falls under banking and settlement. So all this setting up the banks, payment types, routing types, payment routing rules, banking routing rules. It's a huge vast topic. So everything will be set up under banking and settlement. Okay, let's do a date range so that we'll have only less expense report. Okay, since we are given the date range, it has pulled up only two expense report. So now we are selecting both the expense report and we are just going to click on OK. So before getting into process, I would like to show you certain things. So in details, if you click on details of the specific expense report, you can still go and edit. So these are the two employees whose expense report, this is the amount. When you click on edit, you may have multiple expense report for the specific employees, or it may be only one expense report. So, okay, it is just only one expense report for that employee. And also you can still remove this. So in case if you feel like you're going to just settle for just one employee, you can remove this as well. You can remove this person from this settlement. So now you just have only one specific expense report to be settled for this specific employee. Again, you're seeing, is there any multiple expense report? So no, it's just only one expense report. Yeah, I just wanted to show you in this point of time as well, you can still add some certain other items as well to part of this settlement run. So if you want to add any supply invoice or any specific item, you can still add. If not, you can just go for process and then you can just view the items as a summary. So this is the only settlement which you are going to do, which is an outbound. Just go back to summary. And then again, I can show you bank account view. So bank account is this bank account they are set up, and then payment type is direct deposit. Now you're going to process. Okay. So as I mentioned, since there is no any, I checked and there is no any DOA setup. So that's why it's going to directly to approval status. So directly it's been approved, the specific settlement run. And you can see the background process. It's also complete. Just refresh, show you complete. So overall status now it's been approved and then moved to complete. So which means like successfully completed. So this is status where you can see the settlement run is completely successfully completed. And I'll show you the process history. So settlement run event is completed and also the payment message. So this is something I wanted to show you. So let's come back to that after seeing the background process. So this is a background process. Just like what are the, normally it should have other process as well. If you have other approvals, then it should be showing you here as well. Okay, coming to the process history. This is a payment ID. So payment message ID. So for settlement run. So when you click on this, it's already successfully completed. There is a place where you can see how the payment has been really done. So overall status is successfully completed. And also the details over here, this is a payment ID 399. And also you can see the specific payment method is direct deposit. It is also completed. And here you can see the details. Okay, ESB, if I understand this, it's a kind of a specific integration type for finance module. It's a process type. So that's what my understanding for both HCM and finance, the integration types are very different. The names will be different. So if I understand correctly, that is what it's happening. It's a kind of a process type for finance integration. So it can be the payment file can be depending on the scenario to scenario. So it can be a PDF file as well. So when you send it to bank, it all depends on the how the bank, I mean the requirement is demanding. So previously when I was doing the payment, I mean banking settlement, whichever the payment has to go to bank through bank to the supplier, so it will go in a PDF format.
The PDF format?
Yeah. I mean the payment, I mean, what is that file called? You call a remuneration file. The remuneration file will be in a PDF format, not the integration. So I'm telling about the remuneration file. So whenever you create any settlement run for supplier invoice, there will be a remuneration file created. So which means like okay, this is the amount, and this is the amount which is going to. Normally that file will be generated and emailed to the supplier. So it's not part of the integration. I'm telling you a different scenario. Once we run the settlement run, automatically in the background there will be a PDF file generated, and then that specific PDF file will have that specific format. Okay, supplier name, and this is a company which is paying. That will go to the supplier's email ID. Yeah, when you do settlement run for supplier invoice, depending on the, and again it's all depending on the business requirement. So if you need to send a file only to the supplier, or normally it will happen is like the remuneration file will be sent to supplier, and also it will be CC to the finance controller of the company. So the company which is sending to the supplier. So if that integration is, I mean there will be a different step. Actually, it will go to the banking approval as well. So you'll have different level of approval based on the amount. These kind of, in expense report, the settlement run is only a very small topic. Actually, settlement run plays a bigger part in supplier invoice. The supplier invoice is the key area for us to settle, because every day you need to settle your supplier. And expense report is something, it depends on employees like who are having expense. So it's not on a regular basis is happening, but it is mostly happening only in the supplier invoice. And also, I'll tell you on real-time scenario. So when your supplier invoice is like maybe 1 million, and you're going to settle to your supplier as 1 million. For 1 million, you will have a different level of approvals. And after that approval, it will go for again and next step. Once everything is completed, your settlement is completed, approved, not completed. So after approval, it will go for a banking approval. So the next level of approval after whoever has been approved in the organization, maybe finance controller or finance CFO. After that, it goes for an approval from banking specialist inside your company. So you'll have bank A group, bank B group, bank C group, depending on the amount. Then they will do an audit and they will be approving it. And then only it goes to an integration, which will go to the bank. And then from bank, it will be remitted to, which is like remitted to the supplier's account. At the same point of time, you will have a remuneration statement, which has been generated from your company and it goes to the supplier in email. For example, I'll tell you a very simple example. You haven't set expense report for this month of $500 and you are claiming to the company. So you have submitted your expense report and there will be a specific person in the company to do the settlement, run the settlement run. So when he runs or when she runs the settlement run, they will pull up your expense report which you have submitted. So once they run that settlement run, your expense report will be part of the settlement. And once the settlement run has been approved and completed, in the background there will be an integration which goes directly deposited to your bank account. This $500 will be deposited to your bank account. So it depends on company to company. This is what I have seen in the previous company which I have done it. So normally the notification will go to employees email ID, the remuneration statement for whatever the expense which has been claimed and settled back. Yeah, here you can see the under the functional area, you can see a business process called expense report event. So which is nothing but creating an expense report. So that is the event which you are going to see. Okay. So Deepak, your question was like how to assign a submitter or how to assign an approver, right? So in Workday, like what is happening is you don't need to go and assign each and every employee as a submitter or an approver. So everything is defined and derived through business process. So once there is a group, so we call it as group. So each and every employee, when you make that person as into that specific group, he will be eligible for, he or she will be eligible for rising, I mean, creating an expense report and submitting it, and then also he or she will be eligible for approving it as well, depending on the group where they are assigned to the group. Let me just go on deep and explain you. So once you see that, you will understand. Okay, you can see the business process. I mean, how the flow workflow is defined. So what I'm trying to show you is like an example of how a business process is being defined. So the answer for your question is, so everything is derived through and driven through the business process. So when an employee is getting into Workday, so that employee will be falling into specific security group. So
Yeah.
based on that security group, we'll be defining. So everything will be defined in the business process. For example, you as an employee, initially your group will be worker. So worker is nothing but an employee. So you can initiate and you can create any kind of expense report. And if you are falling under a manager security group, then you will be eligible to approve the expense report. Whoever the person who is going to report to you. So who are going to submit the expense report and which comes to you for approval. So that's what I'm trying to show you how I can explain you the whole of the business process works. So there is no anything specific setting like you need to go individually, and then whenever an employee is coming into the into Workday, no need to just go and set up separately. So everything is driven through security group. Yeah, that is something like okay. So when you create an employee in Workday, automatically the security groups and roles and everything will be like defined. You can do that through security. So I'm not sure you've seen that. So let me just try to show you. So here is a place where you can see like list of whatever the roles has been assigned to this employee. And this is a group. No, that is completely depending on the. In a real time, I will explain you. It is not like something which we are going to assign. It is all defined by the business. So it is a completely different task. So there will be a separate task for the business to decide which employee should fall under which certain group. So it is completely discussion from the decision from the business. So when you are doing the requirement gathering and everything, so there will be a set of team to decide this, who falls under which group, and they are the one who will decide like which are the list of roles applicable for the company, and what are the roles which can be used in Workday, and everything will be happening. It is a complete different exercise called security role mapping. So role mapping is like it's a different task, and you need to get approval from the business, and then based on that only you can assign each and every employee to a different group. It is not like okay, this employee can be go to this group or that group. So it has to be come through from the business, and it has to go through certain approval process to, from the business to get process, and it's a completely a role mapping exercise. So it is completely like it's not like we are going to decide it as an implementer or a functional consultant. So it is completely from the business to decide. From the we need to get the approval from the higher, higher people as well, and then it goes to the security team. Security team will be a different team, and then they will be assigning everything based on all the approvals. So what I wanted to really explain you here is like you are asking how the initiator will be assigned and how the approval will be assigned. So it is nothing like as per the business process. So step one will be like initiation. So which will be like the initiator can be any kind of worker. So all the employees in Workday will be assigned to worker. So and then they will be initiating. There won't be any condition. So initiating is submitting the expense report, and then the approval goes. So based on the condition here, so this is a place where you write the condition, and then the type is nothing but what kind of uh, step has to be followed, like it is going to be approval or initiation. So approval step, and then the group goes to manager. So here is the one like you are going to assign like which group is going to approve this specific process. So worker is in executive management group. So if no, then it goes to like manager for approval. And then also you can see the due date. Within 3 days, it has to be approved. So that is how the conditions has been written based on different criteria. You can see the amount and everything. It's like if it's a project transaction, it has to go to project manager for approval. And if the expense report is like more than $5,000, then it should goes to a controller for approval. And also if the expense report is having an spend authorization more than a certain amount, then it has to go to CFO for approval as well. So that is it's all how the business process is being derived, and here is a place where you will be writing all the conditions and everything. So there is no any specific separate place for us to assign. Okay, he's the approver, he's the initiator. There is no any place. Like once the business process is defined, whenever you go and execute that specific event, like create expense report, everything comes in place based on the condition of what that employee is being under which group. Based on that, everything will be worked. Okay, there is a task called manage delegation settings. So here is a place where you can go and do all the delegations. So I'll show you how to do that. So let's take an example of Teresa itself. So she has already an default delegation which has been already defined for her. So once you go here in this specific task, manage delegation settings, it asks for the worker name. So you can give the worker's name, and then you can just go inside and change the delegation settings. So let me show you. So these are all the list of business process allowed for delegation. So it will show you all the list of business process whichever has been allowed for you to delegate, whichever has been applicable for you to delegate. So now you are going to choose the option request delegation change. So here you can see two options. So you can edit the existing delegation, and then you can change the new delegation to another employee and you can change it, or you can just stop. So which means like stop current delegations means it will completely stop all the delegations. So here you can see, okay, first of all, you should understand like which business process we are going to choose. So either for all the business process or a specific business process. So here we are choosing expense report event. So that is a business process which we are choosing for delegation. So whenever you're going to create an expense report, the delegation will go to, I mean, two options are there. Okay, let me explain you. When you create an expense report, this is the event. So here as well. So create expense report on behalf of Teresa. So this person, Aydin, can create an expense report on behalf of Teresa. So Teresa's expenses can be submitted by this person. So this is a task, which this is a place where you are going to delegate that specific task. So you can create an expense report on behalf of Teresa by this person. And here is a inbox task. Inbox task is nothing but like approval or notification, either any kind of inbox task. So for this specific expense report even, it will go to this person. So that is also a delegation. So for example, any subordinate of Teresa, whoever submits expense report, the approval will go to this person and also Teresa. So if Teresa is not approving within the due date, he can approve that specific expense report or either reject it or whatever. So in some cases, the notification is also possible. So the notification can also go to this person for specific business process. So coming to the next one, so which is like how the account entries for expense sheets has been maintained, created. So that is through maintain payment elections. I'll show you that. And the last one, I'll show you how to create an expense report by using a project. So that is something I'll show you. So let's go into this payment election first. So payment elections are maintained by employee. So each and every employee will have a different payment election, which is means like, okay, let me explain you like what kind of account they have, like how the account is maintained. So each and every employee will have different accounts. So here is a place where you will have the bank account will be maintained. So best example I would say, so when we are settling an expense report, you would have seen the payment type as direct deposit, and you have seen like how this is a place where we are going to define which account the employee will be getting paid and how the payment is going to done. So here is a place where you'll be assigning all the account details and also like through which kind of payment type. And also you can edit this. So here is the one. So you can define your currency, account type and everything, and also the payment type. So direct deposit is something which here for employee only two options are there, either check or direct deposit. So we are choosing like direct deposit, the one which has been chosen for this employee. So that's how it has been defined here. So whenever you're going to run a settlement run, so here is a place where it will pick how to do the settlement for this specific employee. It can be check or it can be direct deposit. So direct deposit will go to the employee's bank account directly and the amount will be paid back. If not, it will be through check. So the check will be like the check printing, and that is a different, completely a different thing. Like you should have an option of printing the checks and everything for in order to provide to the employee. Yeah, I'm just trying to show you some creating expense report with related to project. So because like project, it will go to the project manager for approval. So I'm just seeing anything specific. I don't think any project related expense item has been defined. Normally, like when you choose the expense item, it should show you the list of expense item related to project. I don't see anything specifically being assigned here. So let me just check on this as well and come back to you. Because when you submit a specific expense item related to project, that the approval should go to project manager. Because like since you are choosing the project, so every project will have a project manager and the approval has to go to the project manager. Specifically the cost center and every value will be changing since you are going to claim against a specific project. So that's something has to happen. So here I don't see like anything is happening here. So that's something also I'll make a note. Okay, let's try. Okay, let's create a new expense item and see. You guys are following? So since we are choose as the work tag is chosen as project, so you can see the approval goes to after the manager, it goes to recruiter. I mean, and then it goes to project manager. Forget about the recruiter. So it's depending on the condition. Since we have this work tag as project, it has to go to an approval of project manager. So that's what I wanted to show you. So you can see the whole of the business process. It has to go to the project manager. So this is a security group which I was mentioning. So whoever falls under this specific group and tied up to that specific project, it will be, the approval will be going to that specific person. So initially it will go to approval for manager, and then the rest all steps it will go to the project manager, controller, depending on the condition, whatever has been set up in the business process.
Slide 2. Let's look at the first question. What is Workday Expenses? Workday Expenses serves as a critical component within the broader Workday Financial Management suite, focusing on the efficient management of employee expenses, reimbursements, and corporate credit card transactions. Its comprehensive features encompass automation, integration, compliance, and reporting, offering a holistic solution for organizations. One key aspect is the emphasis on efficient expense management. By centralizing expense-related processes, Workday Expenses simplifies the recording and tracking of employee expenses. This not only enhances accuracy, but also streamlines the overall workflow, contributing to increased operational efficiency. The automation of the reimbursement process is another standout feature. Through intelligent automation, the module minimizes manual intervention, speeding up the reimbursement cycle while maintaining precision. This not only saves time but also reduces the likelihood of errors in the reimbursement process. Workday Expenses goes a step further by seamlessly integrating with corporate credit card systems. This integration allows organizations to monitor and control corporate credit card transactions directly within the Workday platform, offering a consolidated view of financial activities. Compliance and policy enforcement are paramount in expense management, and Workday Expenses addresses this by embedding built-in compliance checks for expense policies. This ensures that employee spending aligns with organizational guidelines, mitigating the risk of non-compliance. Real-time reporting and analytics capabilities are crucial for informed decision-making. Workday Expenses excels in this aspect by providing on-the-fly reports on expense data. This feature empowers finance teams with the necessary insights for strategic planning, budgeting, and financial analysis. The user-friendly interface is designed with ease of use in mind, promoting user adoption across the organization. An intuitive design not only makes navigation straightforward, but also contributes to the overall efficiency of the system. Let's go to the next question. What are the key benefits of using Workday Expenses? Streamlined expense entry and approval processes. Workday Financials. Expenses optimizes the entire expense management lifecycle, from entry to approval. Users experience a simplified and user-friendly interface, reducing the time and effort required to submit and approve expenses. This streamlining leads to increased efficiency and productivity within the organization. Enforced policy compliance. The platform enforces company expense policies through automated checks and validations. This ensures that every submitted expense aligns with organizational guidelines, reducing the risk of non-compliance. By automating policy enforcement, organizations can maintain financial discipline and integrity. Improved visibility into spend. Workday provides robust tracking and reporting features, offering organizations a comprehensive view of their spending patterns. Real-time visibility into expenses allows for better decision-making, financial planning, and resource allocation. This transparency fosters a more strategic approach to financial management. Integration with corporate credit cards. Integration with corporate credit cards streamlines the reconciliation process. Workday automatically syncs credit card transactions, eliminating the need for manual data entry and reducing errors. This integration enhances accuracy, saves time, and ensures that financial records are up to date. Mobile capabilities for on-the-go expense management. Workday's mobile capabilities empower users to manage expenses conveniently from their mobile devices. Whether traveling or working remotely, employees can submit, track, and approve expenses on the go. This accessibility enhances flexibility and responsiveness in managing expenses, contributing to a more agile and adaptable financial ecosystem. Slide 4. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle expense policies? Workday Expenses is designed to offer organizations a high degree of flexibility and control over their expense management processes. One key feature is the ability to configure and enforce expense policies based on a variety of factors. This includes tailoring policies to specific expense types, such as travel, meals, or accommodations, and setting limits on the amounts that can be claimed for each type. This granularity ensures that organizations can align their policies with the nature of their business expenses. Furthermore, the platform allows organizations to take into account different locations and employee roles or levels when defining expense policies. This means that policies can be adapted to the unique requirements of various geographic locations, reflecting differences in cost of living or business practices. Additionally, policies can be stratified based on employee roles or levels within the organization, allowing for nuanced guidelines that consider the responsibilities and expectations associated with different positions. A crucial aspect of Workday Expenses is the dynamic enforcement of these configured policies. This ensures that employees are guided by real-time compliance checks during the expense submission process. Any deviation from the established policies triggers alerts or interventions, promoting adherence to organizational guidelines and preventing non-compliant expenses from being processed. Moreover, the platform offers the flexibility to set policies at different organizational levels. This hierarchical approach enables organizations to cater to the specific needs and nuances of various departments or business units. Policies can be adapted to align with the unique workflows, budgets, and approval structures present in different parts of the organization. This adaptability is essential for ensuring that expense management remains efficient and tailored to the diverse requirements within the organization. Let's go to the next question. What is the process for submitting expenses in Workday? Evergreen plans in Workday Financials. Expenses provide a solution for employees to continue accruing paid time off without the risk of losing it. Traditionally, vacation time accruals come with a cap, often measured in weeks. With evergreen plans, if an employee reaches the cap, any additional accrued vacation time doesn't go to waste. Instead, it flows into an evergreen bucket. This evergreen bucket is a unique feature, acting as a repository for surplus accrued time. Unlike the regular cap, the evergreen bucket allows for continuous accrual, ensuring that employees can accumulate additional paid time off beyond the cap limit. The distinctive aspect lies in its yearly carryover functionality. The accrued time within the evergreen bucket carries over to the next year, providing employees with the flexibility to utilize it in future periods. The primary objective of evergreen plans is to prevent the loss of earned time off. By having an evergreen bucket, employees are safeguarded against forfeiting accrued time due to reaching the regular cap. This not only promotes a fair and employee-friendly time-off policy, but also encourages a healthy work-life balance. Employees can accumulate extra time knowing it won't be lost and can strategically plan its utilization in the future, enhancing overall satisfaction and well-being within the workforce. Slide 6. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle approvals? Workday Expenses provides organizations with the flexibility to design approval workflows tailored to their specific needs. This reconfigurability ensures that the approval process aligns with the organization's policies and procedures. By allowing customization based on expense parameters like amount, type, cost center, or managerial hierarchy, Workday ensures a dynamic and adaptable system that caters to diverse business structures and requirements. In the context of approval actions, Workday empowers approvers to efficiently manage and oversee expenses. Approvers can seamlessly review and take action on submitted expenses, choosing to approve them if they meet the criteria, deny them if necessary, or send them back for correction. This flexibility streamlines the approval process, enhancing the overall efficiency and accuracy of managing expenses within the Workday financial system. The ability to handle approval-related tasks directly within the system contributes to a more centralized and streamlined workflow, reducing the manual effort and potential errors associated with external communication or approval tracking. Let's go to the next question. How do Workday expenses integrate with corporate credit cards? Workday Expenses is designed to enhance efficiency and accuracy in expense management. One key feature is its seamless integration with major corporate credit card providers. This integration facilitates the automatic loading of credit card transactions directly into the Workday system. Let's break down the significance of this capability. Reduced manual entry. Traditional expense management often involves manually entering each credit card transaction into the system, which can be time-consuming and prone to errors. Workday Expenses eliminates this tedious task by automating the process. Employees no longer need to manually input transaction details, freeing up valuable time for more strategic and impactful work. Increased accuracy, automation not only accelerates the expense reporting process, but also significantly improves accuracy. By directly importing credit card transactions into Workday, the likelihood of errors associated with manual data entry is greatly reduced. This not only minimizes the risk of mistakes, but also enhances the overall reliability of financial data within the system. Enhanced visibility and compliance. The integration ensures that all credit card transactions are promptly captured within the Workday system. This timely and accurate data enables organizations to have real-time visibility into expenses, fostering better financial control and compliance. Businesses can easily track, monitor, and analyze expenses, thereby supporting informed decision-making. Improved employee experience. Automating the credit card transaction entry process contributes to a more seamless and user-friendly experience for employees. They can focus on their core responsibilities instead of spending time on manual data input. This, in turn, enhances overall user satisfaction and encourages widespread adoption of the Workday Expenses platform. Slide 8. Let's go to the next question. What are spend categories in Workday Expenses? Spend categories. Overview. Spend categories serve as standardized labels for different types of expenses within the Workday Financial Expenses system. These categories are predefined to cover a broad spectrum of common business expenditures, ensuring consistency and clarity in expense classification. For instance, when employees submit expense reports, they assign expenses to specific categories, such as airfare for travel-related costs, hotel for accommodation expenses, meals for dining expenditures, and mileage for transportation-related costs. This standardized categorization simplifies the process of recording expenses and lays the foundation for robust financial analysis. Analyzing spend patterns. The predefined spend categories play a crucial role in the analysis of an organization's spending habits. By classifying expenses into distinct categories, businesses gain the ability to track and monitor their spending patterns over time. This analysis provides valuable insights into where and how resources are allocated, helping organizations identify areas of efficiency or potential cost savings. For example, if a company notices a consistent increase in the airfare category, it may prompt a review of travel policies or negotiations with preferred vendors to optimize costs. Organizational reporting. Spend categories significantly contribute to the efficiency of organizational reporting within Workday Financial's expenses. As expenses are systematically categorized, generating detailed and accurate reports becomes more streamlined. This enhanced visibility into spending patterns enables finance teams, managers, and executives to make data-driven decisions. Reports can be customized to focus on specific spend categories, departments, or time periods, offering a comprehensive view of the organization's financial landscape. This transparency aids in strategic planning, budgeting, and adherence to financial goals, ultimately contributing to better financial management and overall business success. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle receipt management? In the realm of Workday Financial's expenses, the capability for employees to attach receipts to their expense reports is a crucial and user-friendly feature. This functionality serves to streamline the expense reporting process by providing a seamless method for employees to substantiate their expenses. Whether an employee is at their desk or on the move, they can choose between two convenient options: uploading images of their receipts or utilizing the mobile app to capture images in real time. The essence of this functionality goes beyond mere convenience. It introduces a robust audit trail. Each attached receipt is securely stored within the system and intelligently associated with the corresponding expense line items. This linkage ensures a clear and comprehensive record of the expenses, facilitating easy reference during audits and compliance checks. Moreover, the system's commitment to compliance is evident in its design. Providing a structured and organized approach to handling receipts, it not only enhances the accuracy and reliability of expense reports, but also aligns with internal and external compliance standards. This meticulous documentation of expenses and receipts ensures that organizations can confidently navigate audits and demonstrate adherence to financial regulations. In essence, the ability for employees to attach receipts to their expense reports in Workday Financials Expenses goes beyond mere functionality. It embodies a commitment to user convenience, transparency in financial processes, and a robust framework for compliance and auditing, thereby contributing to the overall efficiency and integrity of financial operations within the organization. Let's go to the next question. What is the role of audit rules in Workday Expenses? In Workday Financial's expenses, audit rules play a pivotal role in streamlining and fortifying expense management processes. These rules are essentially a set of automated checks and balances that scrutinize expense reports for adherence to policies. The automated identification feature ensures that organizations don't have to rely solely on manual reviews, as the system can independently flag expenses that breach predefined conditions. For instance, if an employee submits an expense report with expenses surpassing per diem limits or includes unauthorized expense types, the audit rules promptly identify these violations. The configuration of these rules is a proactive strategy to enforce compliance. Instead of waiting for post-submission reviews or audits, the system intervenes during the expense reporting process, preventing potential policy breaches before they become larger issues. The purpose of these rules extends beyond mere enforcement. They serve as a tool for issue identification. By systematically flagging non-compliant expenses, Organizations can swiftly address potential problems, educate employees on policy adherence, and maintain the integrity of their financial processes. In essence, the audit rules in Workday Financial's expenses act as a virtual guardian, automatically surveilling expense reports and ensuring that organizations not only maintain compliance with policies, but also swiftly address any deviations, thereby contributing to a more robust and efficient financial management ecosystem. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses support tax calculations? Automated tax calculation. Workday Expenses eliminates the manual burden of calculating taxes by automating the process. This not only saves time for employees, but also significantly reduces the likelihood of errors associated with manual calculations. The system dynamically computes taxes, enhancing efficiency and accuracy in expense management. Expense type integration. Workday recognizes that different types of expenses may attract varying tax implications. Whether it's a meal, accommodation, or transportation, the system integrates the specific expense type into the tax calculation process. This tailored approach ensures that taxes are applied appropriately, reflecting the diverse nature of expenses incurred by employees. Location-based tax handling. Tax rates can vary based on the geographical location where an expense occurs. Workday Expenses takes this into account, automatically adjusting tax calculations according to the specific location of each expense. This feature is particularly beneficial for organizations with a global footprint, helping them adhere to local tax regulations seamlessly. Organization-specific tax rates. Recognizing the diversity in tax rates across organizations, Workday provides the flexibility to configure and apply organization-specific tax rates. This customization ensures that the system aligns with the unique tax landscape of the company, accommodating any special considerations or requirements related to taxation. Let's go to the next question. What is the process for reimbursing employees in Workday Expenses? Workday Expenses streamlines the expense management process by incorporating advanced features for tax calculation and reimbursement processing. The system's ability to automatically calculate and apply taxes ensures accuracy and compliance with applicable regulations, relieving users from the manual burden of tax-related calculations. Once expenses are approved, Workday Expenses facilitates the generation of reimbursement requests. This feature enhances efficiency by automating the creation of reimbursement requests, reducing the administrative workload on employees and finance teams. Furthermore, the integration with the Workday Payroll module ensures a seamless flow of information. Reimbursement requests can be directly processed through the Payroll module, creating a unified system for managing both expenses and payroll functions. This integration contributes to a more cohesive and streamlined financial workflow within the organization. For organizations utilizing external payroll systems, Workday Expenses offers compatibility through integration capabilities. This means that reimbursement requests can be smoothly integrated with external payroll systems, allowing for the issuance of reimbursements to employees without manual intervention. This interoperability with external systems enhances flexibility and adaptability for organizations with diverse payroll management structures. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle international expenses? Workday Expenses is designed to empower organizations with a robust global expense management system. One of its key features is the support for multi-currency expenses, allowing users to record transactions in different currencies. This flexibility is crucial for businesses operating in diverse international markets, simplifying expense tracking and reporting in a global context. To ensure accuracy and efficiency, Workday Expenses incorporates currency conversions based on configured rates. This means that the system automatically calculates and converts expenses into the desired reporting currency, streamlining the financial reconciliation process. This feature not only saves time, but also enhances precision in financial reporting by eliminating manual conversion errors. Moreover, the platform offers the capability to implement localized expense policies. This allows organizations to tailor their expense policies to comply with specific regional regulations and business practices. Whether it's adhering to different VAT requirements or adjusting reimbursement rates based on local cost variations, Workday Expenses provides the flexibility needed to align with diverse global standards. Another noteworthy aspect is the system's ability to perform tax calculations based on the expense location. By automating tax calculations, Workday ensures compliance with regional tax laws and regulations. This feature not only minimizes the risk of errors in tax reporting, but also enhances the overall transparency and accuracy of financial records. Let's go to the next question. What reporting capabilities does Workday Expenses offer? Diverse standard reports. Expense reports by employee. Workday Expenses offers pre-built reports that break down expenses on an individual basis. This helps organizations track spending patterns and identify any anomalies related to specific employees. Expense reports by department. Standard reports allow users to view expenses based on departmental breakdowns. This facilitates department heads and finance teams in understanding spending distribution across the organization. Expense reports by cost center. Users can access reports that specifically highlight expenses based on designated cost centers. This provides a granular view of spending in various operational units, aiding in budget allocation and control. Custom reporting capabilities. Utilize Workday's reporting tools. Workday provides a user-friendly interface and robust reporting tools, allowing organizations to tailor reports to their specific needs. This flexibility ensures that businesses can extract the most relevant insights from their financial data. Develop custom reports for spend analysis. Organizations can go beyond standard reports by creating customized ones to delve deeper into spend analysis. This feature is particularly valuable for businesses with unique reporting requirements or those seeking in-depth insights into specific aspects of their financial data. Custom reports enhance the adaptability of Workday Expenses to diverse business models and analytical needs. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses ensure data security and compliance? Strict security measures, role-based access controls, RBAC. Workday Expenses employs RBAC to ensure that users only have access to the features and data relevant to their roles within the organization. This helps prevent unauthorized access and maintains data confidentiality. Data encryption. Workday employs robust encryption protocols to safeguard sensitive financial data. This ensures that information remains confidential during transmission and storage, mitigating the risk of data breaches or unauthorized access. Comprehensive audit trails, logging and tracking of user activities. Workday Expenses maintains detailed audit trails that capture every user action within the system. This includes creating, modifying, or deleting expense records, providing organizations with a comprehensive overview of all financial activities, historical record keeping for accountability. The system retains historical data, enabling organizations to track changes and maintain accountability. This supports internal governance and aids in compliance with external audits and regulatory requirements. Integration with third-party compliance tools, seamless connection with external tools. Workday Expenses facilitates integration with third-party compliance tools, streamlining their adherence to industry-specific or regional regulatory requirements. This interoperability ensures that the organization can leverage specialized compliance tools without compromising the integrity of its financial data. Adherence to regulatory requirements. Integrating third-party compliance tools enhances the platform's capability to meet evolving regulatory standards. By staying synchronized with external compliance measures, Workday Expenses provides organizations with a comprehensive solution for maintaining compliance in a dynamic regulatory landscape. Let's go to the next question. What is the process for configuring expense policies in Workday? Configuration tools. Workday's configuration tools provide a user-friendly interface for administrators to create and modify expense policies. This allows organizations to adapt their policies to evolving business needs without the need for complex coding or technical expertise. Rule definition. Administrators have the flexibility to define specific rules governing expense management. This includes stipulating which expenses are reimbursable, setting guidelines for permissible amounts, and establishing criteria for valid expenses. The rule definition feature ensures clarity and consistency in expense-related processes. Limit setting. To maintain fiscal responsibility, administrators can set monetary limits for different expense categories. This feature ensures that employees adhere to budgetary constraints and helps prevent overspending. Limits can be adjusted based on organizational priorities and financial goals. Approval. Workflows, customizable approval. Workflows are a crucial aspect of Workday's expense management system. Administrators can design workflows tailored to the organization's hierarchy, ensuring that expenses undergo the appropriate review and approval processes. This customization enhances efficiency and reduces delays in reimbursement. Organizational flexibility. Workday recognizes that organizations have diverse structures and reporting hierarchies. By allowing expense policies to be configured at different organizational levels, the system caters to the unique needs of each department or business unit. This flexibility ensures that policies align with the specific requirements and priorities of different segments within the organization. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle exceptions and policy violations? In Workday Financial Expenses, the system provides a robust framework for managing exceptions and policy violations through the implementation of audit rules. These audit rules serve as a proactive mechanism to identify any discrepancies or breaches of established expense policies. The flexibility of Workday allows organizations to define and customize these rules according to their specific needs, ensuring that the system is aligned with the intricacies of their expense management processes. Once exceptions are identified through the audit rules, the configurable approval workflow comes into play. Workday allows organizations to design and adjust the approval processes seamlessly. In the context of exceptions, the workflow can be configured to dynamically route flagged items to the appropriate approvers or managers. This ensures that exceptions are not only recognized, but also efficiently directed to the individuals who have the expertise and authority to review and resolve them. This approach enhances the efficiency and accuracy of expense management by streamlining the resolution process. Instead of relying on manual identification and intervention, Workday automates the detection of exceptions and guides them to a predefined approval path. This not only reduces the risk of overlooked discrepancies, but also accelerates the resolution timeline, allowing organizations to maintain compliance with their expense policies effectively. Let's go to the next question. What is the role of cost centers in Workday expenses? Cost centers within Workday Financial Expenses serve as crucial organizational units designed to facilitate the tracking and allocation of expenses. In essence, they act as dedicated entities within the system, representing specific departments, teams, or projects where expenses are incurred. The primary purpose of cost centers lies in their ability to enhance financial management by providing a structured framework for expense categorization. As expenses are incurred within an organization, they can be systematically associated with relevant cost centers. This association is not merely a formality. It serves as the foundation for comprehensive reporting, insightful analysis, and efficient allocation of resources. From a reporting perspective, cost centers enable organizations to gain a granular understanding of where their expenses originate. This insight is invaluable for stakeholders seeking to assess the financial performance of specific departments or projects. It also aids in compliance as detailed reports can be generated to meet regulatory requirements or internal auditing standards. The analytical capabilities tied to cost centers extend beyond mere tracking. Organizations can leverage the data associated with each cost center to conduct in-depth analyses, identifying trends, patterns, and areas for optimization. This strategic use of information can inform decision-making processes, helping organizations make informed choices regarding resource allocation and budgetary planning. Moreover, the allocation aspect of cost centers allows for the distribution of expenses across various departments or projects based on predefined criteria. This feature streamlines financial workflows, ensuring that costs are accurately distributed and attributed to the appropriate areas of the organization. It enhances transparency and accountability, as stakeholders can easily trace the flow of expenses through the organization's structure. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses support mobile expense entry? Mobile expense entry, the Workday Expenses mobile app, provides a seamless experience for employees to record their expenses, eliminating the need for a computer or traditional paperwork. This functionality empowers users to input expenses on the go, ensuring accuracy and timeliness in the expense reporting process. Receipt image capture. The app's receipt image capture feature revolutionizes how receipts are managed. Employees can simply use their smartphone cameras to snap pictures of receipts, associating them directly with the respective expenses. This not only reduces the risk of losing paper receipts, but also expedites the verification process during expense review. On-the-go submission, Workday. Expenses acknowledges the modern, fast-paced work environment by allowing employees to submit expense reports from anywhere, at any time. Whether traveling for business or simply away from the office, users can ensure that their expenses are promptly reported and processed, contributing to overall efficiency and compliance with company policies. This mobile accessibility aligns with the evolving nature of work, accommodating the needs of a mobile and remote workforce. Let's go to the next question. What integration options are available for Workday Expenses? Integration with corporate credit card providers. Workday Expenses allows users to seamlessly integrate their corporate credit card data into the system. This integration ensures that expenses made using corporate credit cards are automatically captured and reconciled within Workday, reducing manual entry and minimizing errors. Integration with travel booking systems. Workday Expenses can integrate with various travel booking platforms such as Concur or Expedia, streamlining the expense reporting process for business travel. by automatically pulling in travel-related expenses, including flight tickets, hotel bookings, and rental car reservations. Users can easily submit accurate expense reports without the need for manual data entry. Integration with accounting systems. Workday Expenses can integrate with accounting systems like QuickBooks or SAP, facilitating seamless data exchange between expense management and accounting processes. This integration ensures that expense data is accurately reflected in the organization's financial records, simplifying reconciliation and financial reporting tasks. Integration with other third-party applications. Workday's integration framework allows for connectivity with a wide range of third-party applications, enabling organizations to extend the functionality of Workday Expenses according to their specific needs. Whether integrating with HR systems for employee data synchronization or with project management tools for expense tracking on specific projects, this flexibility supports a holistic approach to expense management within the organization. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle expense allocations? Workday Expenses stands out as a robust financial tool that enhances organizational flexibility in expense tracking and reporting through its dynamic features. Firstly, the system offers unparalleled expense allocation flexibility. Organizations can allocate expenses across multiple dimensions, such as cost centers, projects, or other customized parameters. This functionality caters to diverse organizational structures and ensures that expenses are accurately attributed to the relevant categories. Secondly, the presence of configurable rules is a key highlight. Organizations can establish rules that govern the automated allocation of expenses based on predefined criteria. This not only streamlines the process, but also ensures consistency in expense distribution, reducing the chances of errors and discrepancies. Additionally, Workday Expenses empowers users with the ability to perform manual employee allocation. This feature allows employees to manually allocate expenses, offering a personalized touch to expense tracking. Whether there are unique projects or specific scenarios that require individual attention. This manual allocation capability ensures adaptability to the organization's specific needs. Let's go to the next question. What is the process for handling cash advances in Workday Expenses? In the realm of Workday Expenses, the platform supports the seamless issuance and monitoring of cash advances, a crucial feature for businesses with employees frequently on trips or assignments. This functionality allows users to request and receive cash advances before embarking on their journeys. Once on the trip or assignment, Workday enables real-time expense tracking, allowing users to reconcile these cash advances against the actual expenses incurred. This real-time reconciliation is instrumental in maintaining accurate and up-to-date financial records. It ensures that the company's accounting reflects the true financial picture, aligning cash advances with the corresponding expenses. By incorporating this feature, Workday ensures that organizations can manage their finances with transparency and precision. The system's streamlined reconciliation process is designed for efficiency. It minimizes manual efforts and potential errors, saving time for both employees and finance teams. This not only enhances the overall productivity of financial processes, but also contributes to the reliability and integrity of the financial data. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle per diem calculations? Workday Expenses revolutionizes the management of per diem expenses by introducing automated calculations. The system's intelligence integrates configured rates, specific locations, and the duration of each business trip to automatically determine per diem amounts. This eliminates the need for employees to manually calculate or estimate their expenses, saving time and reducing the risk of errors. The streamlined process significantly benefits employees, offering them a hassle-free experience when submitting expense reports. By leveraging Workday's capabilities, employees can focus on their core responsibilities rather than navigating complex reimbursement calculations. This not only enhances overall efficiency, but also contributes to employee satisfaction by simplifying administrative tasks. One of the critical advantages of Workday Expenses is its unwavering commitment to policy compliance. The system ensures that all per diem calculations align seamlessly with company policies. By automating this process, organizations can enforce consistent adherence to established per diem rates and guidelines. This not only minimizes the potential for discrepancies, but also enhances financial transparency and accountability within the organization. Let's go to the next question. What is the role of expense delegates in Workday Expenses? In the realm of Workday Financial Expenses, the concept of expense delegation emerges as a pivotal feature. This functionality allows organizations to designate individuals, known as delegates, who are empowered to both enter and submit expenses on behalf of their peers or team members. The significance of this capability becomes apparent when considering scenarios where executives or employees are constantly on the move, navigating the intricacies of business travel. The first point underscores the delegation's primary purpose, the seamless facilitation of expense management. By allowing a designated person to handle the process of entering and submitting expenses, the workflow becomes more flexible and adaptable to the demands of a dynamic business environment. The second bullet point highlights the specific scenarios where expense delegation shines. Executives with their busy schedules and frequent travels can greatly benefit from having a trusted delegate take charge of their expense-related tasks. Similarly, employees who find themselves frequently on the road can leverage this feature to ensure that their expenses are handled promptly and accurately, even when they are not physically present. The final point underscores the broader positive impact of expense delegation on organizational efficiency. By streamlining the expense submission process and redistributing responsibilities, administrative burdens are significantly reduced. This not only saves time for the employees directly involved, but also contributes to a more agile and responsive financial management system within the broader context of Workday Financial Expenses. In essence, expense delegation becomes a strategic tool for organizations aiming to optimize their operational workflows and enhance the overall user experience within the Workday platform. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle expense accruals? Explanation of bullet points, 2 minutes. Workday Expenses stands out for its robust support of expense accruals, a crucial feature for organizations striving for precision in financial reporting. The term expense accruals refers to the practice of recognizing and recording expenses in the accounting records, regardless of whether the associated expense report has been formally submitted or approved. In practical terms, this means that organizations can proactively reflect incurred expenses in their financial statements, ensuring a more accurate representation of the financial health of the company. The flexibility offered by Workday Expenses in handling accruals allows for a dynamic and responsive financial reporting process. One key advantage of this capability is the ability to align expenses with the appropriate accounting period. In traditional systems, businesses might face challenges in accurately reflecting expenses in a timely manner, especially when there are delays in the submission or approval of expense reports. Workday's expense module overcomes this challenge by allowing organizations to recognize expenses promptly, contributing to more accurate and up-to-date financial reporting. This timely recognition not only aids in maintaining financial accuracy, but also supports better decision-making. Organizations can have a clearer and more real-time view of their financial standing, allowing for more informed strategic planning and resource allocation. Let's go to the next question. What is the process for handling expense corrections in Workday? In Workday Financials Expenses, the ability to correct or adjust approved expenses is facilitated through a dedicated correction process. This process serves as a safeguard against errors, allowing users to rectify mistakes or make necessary modifications post-initial approval. The emphasis on a separate correction process is pivotal, as it ensures a structured and controlled environment for handling adjustments. One of the key benefits of this approach is the establishment of robust audit trails. Each change made during the correction process is meticulously recorded, providing a transparent and detailed history of modifications to approved expenses. This not only aids in compliance and internal audits, but also enhances accountability and traceability. Moreover, the correction process is aligned with stringent approval protocols. Any adjustment to approved expenses requires proper authorization, maintaining governance standards, and preventing unauthorized changes. This reinforces the reliability and trustworthiness of financial data within the Workday system. Ultimately, the implemented correction process serves as a critical component in upholding data integrity. By ensuring that corrections are made through a controlled and auditable process, the system minimizes the risk of data inaccuracies, unauthorized alterations, and other potential issues. This meticulous approach contributes to the overall effectiveness and reliability of Workday Financials Expenses, instilling confidence in the accuracy of financial records and reports. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses support project-based expense tracking? In the realm of Workday Financials Expenses, the integration of popular apps expands the system's functionality in crucial areas. Shift trade platforms are invaluable, allowing employees to swap shifts effortlessly and fostering greater flexibility in workforce management. This not only benefits the employees seeking schedule adjustments, but also ensures the smooth operation of essential services. Return to work certificate management is another critical feature. It simplifies the often intricate process of handling return to work documentation, ensuring that employees meet all requirements before resuming their duties. This not only aids in compliance, but also contributes to a well-managed and secure return of employees to their roles. Leave of absence case management is a centralized system for overseeing and tracking leave cases. This proves especially beneficial for HR departments dealing with various absence scenarios. The system streamlines communication and documentation, making it easier for HR professionals to manage and support employees during extended leave. The incorporation of absence forecasting and analytics is a forward-thinking approach. This feature empowers organizations to predict and plan for workforce absence trends. By analyzing historical data and patterns, businesses can proactively allocate resources, reducing the impact of unexpected absences on productivity. All these functionalities can be seamlessly deployed natively within Workday, ensuring a cohesive user experience. However, for organizations seeking even tighter integration and additional features, there is an option for extended integration at an added fee. This provides an opportunity for businesses to tailor their Workday absence management system to meet specific needs, enhancing overall efficiency and employee satisfaction. Let's go to the next question. What is the role of expense auditors in Workday Expenses? Role definition. expense auditors are individuals assigned a specific role within the Workday Financial Expenses system, entailing the authority to scrutinize and assess expense reports. This designation ensures that the review process is conducted by individuals with the necessary expertise and knowledge. Compliance oversight. Expense auditors focus on verifying that all expense reports comply with the established organizational policies and guidelines. This involves checking for adherence to spending limits, proper documentation, and compliance with any relevant regulatory requirements. Fraud detection. The role of expense auditors extends beyond simple compliance checks. They actively seek out potential issues or signs of fraudulent activities within submitted expense reports. This proactive approach helps in maintaining the financial integrity of the organization. Control enhancement. By having expense auditors in place, organizations introduce an additional layer of control and oversight into the expense management process. This not only acts as a deterrent to fraudulent behavior, but also provides reassurance to stakeholders that financial processes are subject to thorough scrutiny. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses handle recurring expenses? Workday Expenses, as a robust financial management solution, facilitates the seamless creation of recurring expense templates. This functionality is particularly advantageous for employees dealing with routine financial commitments such as monthly subscriptions or memberships. Instead of manually inputting the same information repeatedly, employees can now leverage predefined templates, significantly reducing the time and effort required to submit these recurring expenses. The template creation process is intuitive within the Workday Expenses system. Users can easily set up templates by specifying the necessary details for each recurring expense, ensuring accuracy and consistency. This feature not only simplifies the submission process, but also minimizes the risk of errors associated with repetitive manual data entry. The streamlined approach to handling recurring expenses aligns with Workday's commitment to user-friendly interfaces and efficient workflows. Employees benefit from a more user-centric experience, allowing them to focus on higher-value tasks, while the system takes care of routine and repetitive activities. Let's go to the next question. How does Workday Expenses integrate with financial reporting and analytics tools? Workday Expenses stands out for its seamless integration with Workday's financial reporting and analytics tools. This synergy ensures a cohesive financial ecosystem, eliminating data silos and enabling a holistic view of the organization's financial landscape. The platform's ability to generate comprehensive reports is a key strength. By leveraging Workday Expenses, organizations can delve into detailed insights regarding spend patterns. This feature goes beyond mere expense tracking, providing a nuanced understanding of where and how funds are allocated. Compliance is another critical aspect, and Workday Expenses facilitates the generation of reports that highlight adherence to financial regulations and policies. Workday Expenses goes beyond static reporting by incorporating dynamic dashboard functionality. This empowers users with visual representations of financial data, enhancing accessibility and usability. Dashboards offer a quick, at-a-glance overview, making it easier for stakeholders to grasp key financial metrics and trends. The analytical capabilities of Workday Expenses play a pivotal role in extracting meaningful insights. Organizations can perform in-depth analyses, uncovering hidden patterns, identifying potential cost-saving opportunities, and optimize financial processes. This analytical depth ensures that the platform is not just a record keeper, but a strategic tool for financial management.